Gold colours of Richmond Rowing Club clearly showing out in the lead now over the two blue colours hooped from Hawthorn Rowing Club, dark blue and light blue and white. And Richmond coming down to these very calm conditions prevailing at the end of the 1,000 metres at the Lake Wendouree course to take out the Victorian title in fine style. Well done, Richmond, taking out the C Grade 8, scoring by a length and 3/4 at the finish on the Hawthorn crew in second place. We have quite a number of masters rowing in that event. Just a further message from Regatta officials that coxswains have to weigh in. If you don't weigh in, you will be disqualified, or your crew will be, which you wouldn't want to happen. So make sure your coxswains are weighed in. Just had notification that a young lady has lost her tote bag on the isthmus on the south side of the course. It's cream and light blue in colour. Anybody has found that, please hand it into the Rowing Victoria marquee where the trophies are being handed out, and Richmond will be the first of those trophies for the C Grade 8 today, taking out race 125. So the two mercantile crews coming up now through from the 500 metre mark into the starting position at the 1,000 metre. Bit of rivalry here between these crews. Lane 5 crew will be stroked by Louise Carr, coxed by Ellie Legg, and coached by Andrew McNeil, and that's on crew number 4, or lane number 4, Z4, coached by Sam Fennessy and Alistair Matthews, will be stroked by Henrietta Patterson with Erin McCarthy, the cox. Two crews paddling up to the 1,000 metre start through that second 500 metres. All races that I mentioned are all over 1,000 metres today. And don't forget, we're supported today by the providers on the South Bank, the world famous Boost Juice with beautiful smoothies and healthy fruit drinks, alongside the Bean Machine van, which has the lovely coffee and hot chocolate and nibblies available there at their stall. And there is the black van beside them, providing food and drinks as well. So they've come here today to provide you with gear for your delight. So take the opportunity of supporting them if you will. And the two crews are away, the Mercantile 8s in the female A grade 8 over 1,000 metres. I noticed Bridget Somerville in the bow seat of the crew on lane 4. Of course, related to Paul Somerville from Rutherglen Lake, who's the president up there, and I understand from Paul that they have a brand new boat shed at Rutherglen Lake in preparation for the regatta at Lake Mutamia next January. And of course the use of their club members at Rutherglen Lake. Paul does a wonderful job there as president and also president of the Murray Rowing Association. And the crew on lane 4 has taken the lead. That's the crew stroked by Henrietta Patterson. Behind her, Amy Baker, Xanthi Hadfield, Chloe Robinson, Eliza Planisic, Claudia Clements, Cleo Nash and Bridget Somerville in the bow seat, as I mentioned earlier. Coxed by Erin McCarthy and coached by Sam Fennessy and Alistair Matthews. Through the 500 metres, they've opened up about a length and a half lead over the Mercantile crew on lane 5, stroked by Louise Carr. Behind her, Megan Hester, the club captain at Mercantile, Sophie Coltman, Kate Duggan, Genesai Calderman, Emma Gibbett, Laura Bettram in the bow seat, Bridget Perry. So both crews have got a Bridget in the bow seat. The crew on lane 5 is ET, and the crew on lane 4 is IT, just to make it nice and interesting. And the coxswain there is Ellie Legg with an E, double GE, coached by Andrew. The crew on lane 4 doing it comfortably in this female 8. First and final Championship of Victoria, race 126. Opening up a 2.5 length lead over the Mercantile crew on lane 5 in the female A grade 8. Driving down to the line. Racing in the Sean Coughlin, named after one of the great benefactors of Mercantile from the United States. And coming through in second place is the crew stroked by Louise Carr. Rowing in the John Burford, and I won an Australian Championship here in 1966 with John Burford, rowing in a crew for Mercantile. The late John Burford. So well done to the winning combination there, the A Grade 8 Championships of Victoria. From the bow seat, Bridget Somerville, Cleo Nash, Claudia Clements, Eliza Planisic, Chloe Robinson, Xanthi Hadfield, Amy Baker, Henrietta Patterson, and Erin McCarthy, the cox, coached by Sam Fennessy and Alistair Matthews. Champions for 2022 in the A grade women's 8. And you can collect your trophies over there at the Victorian marquee right at the end of the South Isthmus. They're drawing the crews forward now in the quad scull, male A-grade quad scull, race number 127. So the 6 crews lining up here near the start. Banks on lane 2, Hamilton Alexander College on 3, Corio Bay on 4, Gippsland Grammar on 5, stroked by Curtis Wilmot, Gippsland Grammar on lane 6, stroked by Billy Osborne, and then Essendon on lane 7. They're away in the A-grade Cox quad scull for the males. Race 127 on day 2 of the Victorian Rowing Championships here at Lake Wendouree. All races today over 1,000 metres. Yesterday were all over 2,000. And the 1,000-metre start as a running start, so challenge to the competitors and the starter to get them underway. Perhaps Gippsland Grammar going out to an early lead here over Corio Bay, the crew on lane 5. Corio Bay on lane 4. Right over on the far side in the pink colours, the Banks crew. James Newcomb with a B on the end in the bow seat. So Gippsland Grammar and Corio Bay and Banks right on the south station, doing very well at this stage. They're quite away from the other crews, so hard a little bit to line them up, a bit like the straight at Flemington. It's very hard to line them up there. They're so far spread apart. And the crew from Gippsland Grammar on lane 6 doing well. I think it'll be Corio Bay in the lead. Crew coached by Lee Sullivan Hall Sullivan, and stroked by Duncan Ashby, with Lee Hall Sullivan in the boat, and Xavier Hall Sullivan in the bow seat. So they'll be very keen to win the Victorian Championship here, the Hall Sullivan family, but they're not getting it all their own way. Gippsland Grammar on lane 6. Stroked by Billy Osborne with Anthony Smith, Lindsay Hamilton and Cameron Rule, coxed by Kalia Young. Certainly keeping them honest. Back in 3rd place perhaps, the Banks crew just ahead of Essendon and Banks on lane 2 on the south station, Essendon on lane 7 on the north station. Then back to the 2nd Gippsland crew on lane 5. Closely followed behind them is Hamilton and Alexander College from Western Victoria. It's been a good race here between Corio Bay and the school crew from Gippsland Grammar, really turning on the power now. Gippsland Grammar on lane 6, drawing away to take out the title here in the A-grade Cox Quad Scull. The school crew from Sale and Eastern Victoria. Gippsland Grammar lane 6 across the line first. Billy Osborne, Anthony Smith, Lindsay Hamilton, Cameron Rule, and Kalia Young Cox. Scoring by about half a length at the finish from Corio Bay. 3rd place, taking out the bronze medal, will be Banks, ahead of the Essendon crew on lane 7. Then follows Hamilton and Alexander College in 5th place, and the 2nd Gippsland crew on lane 5 without a bow number in 6th position. So that was race 127, the A-grade quad scull. Congratulations to the winning crew, Gippsland Grammar from Sale and Eastern Victoria. From the bow, Cameron Rule, Lindsay Hamilton, Anthony Smith, and Billy Osborne in the stroke seat, with Kalia Young the cox. A-grade quad scull champions for 2022. Race 128 is the next event on the program here at Lake Wendouree, the second day of the Victorian Rowing Championships, over 1,000 metres today. Race 128, B-grade Cox 4, lane 2 on the South Station, Mercantile lane 3, Richmond lane 4, Melbourne Argonauts lane 5, Ballarat High School, and lane 6, Melbourne Argonauts. Second stroke by Joshua Lipscomb. Crew on lane 4, stroked by Daniel Orlick. Great camera work today again by Paul Blanchfield and his team. Rowing on live stream on Rowing Victoria website for Rowing Manager, where the results come up fairly quickly after each event, with the times of each of the crews and scullers, and also the live telecast of all of the races today again. And this is the A-grade Cox quad scull. As Richard was mentioning earlier on, a couple of items been handed in. Lost property. We've got a pair of reading glasses with a off-silver frame, and then we've got a small silver chain as well here at the broadcast point in that case. Drifting up in a line now, the crews in the B-grade Cox Core, race 128. Lane 6 nearest the judge is the Melbourne Argonauts. Lane 5, Ballarat High School. Lane 4, Melbourne Argonauts. Lane 3, Richmond. And lane 2, Mercantile. All the crews are a little bit over the line now. The 1,000-metre post is shown on the south side of the course. And they're away. They're off and racing in race 128, the second day of the Victorian Rowing Championships, the B-grade Coxed 4. For the males. Melbourne Argonauts on lane 6 away pretty cleanly. But this is where they will encounter a little bit of choppy water the next few hundred metres. In the first 500 metres of this race, the normal third 500 of the 2,000 metre races. And the crew away well is Ballarat High School. We didn't see them row too well on the head of the lake last week, but they've had a good start today. Fred Tomich, Lachlan Simpson, Ben Worthington Thin, and James Walk. Zoe Edwards, the cox. So it's Ballarat High School in the lead. That'll please one of our rowing officials here today in the Secretary's office, Paul Bilton, former coach and teacher at Ballarat High School. And St Mercantile doing well on the South Station. Riley Hazard, Joseph Plunkett, Hamish Nickel, and William Legg with an E. Roy Zhang, the cox. And in fact, Mercantile in the lead now. The Melbourne Ballarat High School crew have dropped back, with Mercantile leading from Richmond Rowing Club alongside them. John Roberts, Alan Randall, John Carey, Dennis Beck and Derek Beck, the cox. Coached by Will Golding, the Richmond crew. Mercantile has gone to a very clear lead now, about a length and a half to 2 lengths clear. Behind their stroke, William Legg over the Richmond crew in second place. Ballarat High School still in the bronze medal position. And follows Melbourne Argonauts on lane 6, and the second Melbourne Argonauts crew on lane 4 at the rear of the field. Coming down to the 750 metre buoy, which is on the South Station there. It's Mercantile on lane 2 in the lead. And virtually going away with every stroke here. Behind their stroke, William Legg, sitting nicely over their work and tapping it along at about 33, 34 strokes a minute, taking it fairly easy at this stage. Stroked on the bow side by William Legg, the bow man in fact on stroke side. But Mercantile will come down to take out the B grade Cox 4 Championship of Victoria as they go across the line. The score by about 3.5 lengths at the finish. The Richmond crew in second place, stroked by Dennis Beck. Very tight for the bronze medal. I think the crew on lane 5 in third place, Ballarat High School, just ahead of the Melbourne Argonauts on lane 6. And the second Melbourne Argonauts crew on lane 4 still to come through. Congratulations to our winners there, the B grade Cox 4 Championship of Victoria. Riley Hazard, Joseph Plunkett, Hamish Nickel, William Legg and Roy Zhang from the Mercantile Rowing Club. Second place Richmond, third Ballarat High School on lane 5. Mercantile, you can collect your trophies over there from the Rowing Victoria marquee on the South Isthmus. Next event's the B grade quad scull for the females. Race 129 on day 2 of the Victorian Rowing Championships. Expecting the big complete field here of 8 starters. Yarra Yarra on lane 1, Richmond on lane 2, Ballarat City on 3, Albert Park College on 4, Corowa from New South Wales on lane 5, that's with a C. La Trobe Uni on lane 6, Wendouree Ballarat on 7, and on lane 8, Essendon Rowing Club. And the Wendouree Ballarat crew is coached by Paul Blanchfield, who's organising our wonderful coverage of the regatta on live streaming through the Rowing Victoria website. You can watch it on your smartphone, or people who aren't here at the course can download the coverage. We've got a feel for the starter with this breeze blowing that the starter's got the 8 crews away from the 1,000-metre start. Yarra Yarra, Richmond, Ballarat City, Albert Park, South Melbourne, Corowa Rowing Club from New South Wales, La Trobe Uni, Wendouree Ballarat and Essendon. Always a great sight to see 8 8s come down, but 8 quad sculls is pretty good too. And looks like the crew 4 across Albert Park College and Corowa battling it out at the moment. Across to Richmond on lane 2. And then the crew from Yarra Yarra on lane 1 on the south side of the course. The stations are numbered from 1 to 8. And if you look down towards the end, those of you who are here at the regatta, all the numbers are on the lanes that the coxswains, if there is a coxswain in the boat, can see from a reasonable distance which lane number they're in. And Richmond doing well there. Chelsea Krauser, Kirsty Fergie and Helen Pearce with Geraldine Goss the stroke. Geraldine's been rowing for quite some time now. And Michelle Joy the cox. They're out in front of the Corowa crew in second place, followed by La Trobe Uni on lane 6. Not much in it at the moment. Richmond leading from Corowa and La Trobe Uni. Then back to Wendouree Ballarat on lane 7. Albert Park College on lane 4. Then Ballarat City on lane 3. Great to see the locals competing here in the Victorian Championships. B grade women's cox quad scull. Richmond still holding off this challenge. They turn to their left a little bit, they can see the crews back headed by Corowa. The Corowa crew coached by Wes Canny and Matt Bell, stroked by Bella Hegney. Behind Bella is Emily Tidd, Abby Richards and Clancy Tomlinson, with Sienna McFarlane the cox. As we see the Richmond crew driving down to the line to take out the Victorian Championships in the B grade quad scull. Race number 129 going over to the line about 1 length clear over Corowa in second place. Stroked by Bella Hegney. Third position will be La Trobe Uni. Fourth will be Albert Park College. Fifth will be Yarra Yarra. Sixth will be Wendouree Ballarat. Seventh will be Ballarat City, and eighth will be Essendon. Rowing in the boat called the Smiths, and quite a lot of Smith family members of the Essendon Rowing Club over many years now. Well, a terrific win there to the Richmond Rowing Club, taking out the B grade women's coxed quad scull. Chelsea Krauser, Kirsty Fergie, Helen Pearce and Geraldine Goss, coxed by Michelle Joy. Well done, Richmond Rowing Club. Gold medalist in the B grade quad scull. Next event's well underway, the C grade coxed 4 female. Ballarat High School and the Y Rowing Club are the two crews coming down. They're locked together in a great race at the 500 metre mark in race 130. And 145, those have got the original program or draw that has been changed. We've got the new draw for 131, the under 17 men's quad scull, which will be the event following this C grade women's coxed 4. And it's Ballarat High School in the lead. That'll be for the locals here. Be very delighted to see Ballarat High School in the lead. Isabel Ross, Keely Abbott, Stella Edmonston, and Mackenzie Kopke Velius, with Michaela Scanlon, the coxswain, coached by Olivia Spagnolo. They're about 2 lengths, maybe 3 lengths clear over Y Rowing Club. Alison Patton, Naomi Ockers, Georgina Cook, and stroked by Helen Stimpson, and Kirsten Dowitt Eccles is the cox. But it's got to be a win to Ballarat High School in the C grade coxed 4 Championship of Victoria. Well done to Ballarat High School as they come down to the line. Winning in the Graham Howard boat. Well done to Ballarat High School, scoring by 2.5 lengths at the finish from the crew from the Y Rowing Club in second place, who trained down there on Albert Park Lake, which very soon will become very busy with the Grand Prix racing around the lake very shortly. But congratulations, Ballarat High School, winners of the C grade women's coxed 4 Championship of Victoria, stroked by Mackenzie Kopke Veludis. Behind her, Stella Edmonston, Keely Abbott, and Isabel Ross, with cox Michaela Scanlon, and coached by Olivia Spagnolo.
So it's not just the heat.
So they're underway in the 11:15 event, the C grade, the men's under 17 cox quad scull, which was redrawn. So the stations lane 1, St Patrick's College number 2, lane 2 Bensdale on the Mitchell River in eastern Victoria, Ballarat and Clarendon on lane 3, Ballarat Grammar School Composite with Corio Bay and Gippsland Grammar on 4, St Patrick's College on 5, Ballarat High School on 6, Damascus on 7, and lane 8. Nearest the judge is Essendon Rowing Club. And the leaders are the crew from St Patrick's College: Ned Bennett, William Charles, Paddy O'Brien, Angus Murfitt, and George Charles, with David O'Doherty the cox. They looked good in the heat earlier on, and now they are leading up the field here in the under 17 quad scull, ahead of the composite crew from Ballarat Grammar, Corio Bay, Gippsland Grammar, about 2.5 lengths and 250 metres to go. Very tight for the third position between Ballarat and Clarendon. And the crew from Ballarat Grammar Composite. Then back to Bensdale on lane 2. St Patrick's College on lane 5 coming down to take out the Victorian Championship under 17 quad scull in absolutely brilliant style, scoring by about 4 lengths at the finish. From the crew from Ballarat Grammar Composite with Gippsland Grammar and Corio Bay. Third place will be the crew from Ballarat Clarendon College. Fourth will be fifth will be St Pat's number 2. Sixth will be Ballarat High School on lane 6. Seventh will be St Pat's College. So those minor placings are a little bit confusing because the race was redrawn, but they rode on different stations. But no doubt about the winners. That was St Patrick's College on lane 5. Ned Bennett, William Charles, Paddy O'Brien, Angus Murfitt, George Charles the Cox, coached by David O'Doherty. Victorian champions for 2022 in the under 17 quad scull. Well done, St Patrick's College. Second was the Ballarat Grammar Composite Group, and third Ballarat and Clarendon. Next event's underway, race 132, the A-grade men's pair. Ballarat and Clarendon are scratching on lane 4, just leaving 4 crews. Mercantile on lane 2, Ballarat Clarendon on lane 3, St Pat's on lane 5, William Hexter and Tom Foley, and lane 6, St Patrick's College James also, and Nathan Ling. And the Mercantile crew through the 500 metres in the lead. Tom Davidson and Liam Donald, coached by Anthony Bergerlin. About 5 lengths in front of Ballarat and Clarendon. Jock Quartermain and Lachlan Clark, coached by Ian Peel. Third place would be St Patrick's College on lane 5, William Hexter and Tom Foley. Lane 6 in fourth place, St Patrick's College, James Elson and Nathan Ling. It's all Mercantile sweeping well clear of the field here in the A-grade men's pair. Tom Davidson and Liam Donald doing it easily out in front. We've got about a 5 or 6 length advantage over Ballarat and Clarendon, followed by the 2 St Pat's crews in lanes 5 and 6. This is the A-grade men's pair championship of Victoria for 2022. And Mercantile are going to take out the title with Tom Davidson and Liam McDonald. Across the line about 5 lengths clear over Ballarat and Clarendon. Jock Quartermain and Lachlan Clark. In third place will be lane 5, the St Patrick's College combination of William Hexter and Tom Foley. And in fourth place will be St Pat's on lane 6. James Helsel and Nathan Ling. Next event's the male B grade double scull. The starters here in 133, Richmond, Albert Park College, Essendon, Banks, Corio Bay, Banks, Barwon and Hawthorn. 2 Banks crews in the race. Banks on lane 4, Patrick Daly and Tom Marshall, and on lane 6, Jackson Reynolds and Tilby Liddell. And they're away from the 1,000 metre start. These 8 combinations in the B grade double scull. Race 133. Fourth from the inside here, Corio Bay doing well. Oscar Tyrrell and Charles Radin. Across on the South Station, Richmond, Pavel Oberon and John Helderset, coached by Will Golding. They were headed by Albert Park College there, Oliver Humphrey Gray and Rupert Pearce doing well in the early stages. Perhaps 3 or 4 crews in contention there for the minor placings behind these 2 leading crews from Corio Bay and Banks. The B grade double scull championship of Victoria, race 133. And what a race it is between Corio Bay, Charles Radin and Oscar Tyrrell, and the Banks combination of Jackson Reynoldson and Tilby Liddell. Corio Bay just narrowly in front, perhaps half a length. 30 metres to go. Third place pretty tight too, but looks like it could be well, it's calling the wrong Banks crew there. That was Patrick Daly and Tom Marshall. The other Banks crew back in 3rd or 4th position, Jackson Reynoldson and Tilby Liddell. In fact, it's going to be Banks 2nd and 3rd, but not behind this Corio Bay crew. Lane 5 coming down in the lead here with just a few strokes to go in the B grade double scull championship of Victoria. It's going to be a great win to Corio Bay, Charles Radin and Oscar Tyrrell. Across the line first. Very tight for second. Give it a lane 6. Finishing very fast from Banks. Just ahead of lane 4, Banks in 3rd place. 4th position, Essendon. 5th looks like Albert Park on lane 2. Richmond, 6th place. Barwon in 7th position. Hawthorn will bring up the rear in 8th place. Congratulations, Corio Bay, Charles Radin and Oscar Tyrrell, champions of Victoria for the B grade double scull for 2022. So I call it second. I gave Jackson Reynoldson and Tilby Liddell from Banks in a tight finish, photo finish, with the Banks combination of Patrick Daly and Tom Marshall on lane 4. Almost a dead heat for second and 3rd. Just 1 minute past 11 now for the next event, the C grade double scull final. 134, we've got Karam, Helen Kelly and Mary Hunter. Richmond, Jung Ai Hung. Lane 3 is Korowa Imogen Tomlinson and Evangeline Broad. Lane 4, Corowa, Tierney Hamilton, Anastasia McFarlane. Great to see Wes Canny there as their coach and jointly coaching with Matthew Bell. And Barwon in lane 5, Essendon in lane 6. And they're away in race 134, the C-grade women's double scull final. Carrum, Richmond, Corowa, Barwon, Essendon and Ballarat City away from the 1,000-metre start. Two crews on this side of the course are running pretty ragged at the moment. Ballarat City in particular coming across from lane 7 to lane 8. It's the Essendon crew coming over on top of Ballarat City. They're well clear of them at the moment, so there's no danger there. And Essendon coming back onto their correct course now. Pick up an early lead is a little hard, but Corowa may be in the lead on lane 4. Just ahead of Barwon on lane 5. Back to Richmond on lane 2, followed by Corowa on lane 3 in 4th place. 5th position would be Essendon in lane 6. And bringing up the rear is the crew from Ballarat City on lane 7. 7 starters in the C-grade women's double scull championship of Victoria. Corowa prominent in the placings here, with the crew on lane 4 in the lead, lane 5 in the lead I should say. Just ahead of the Barwon crew, also up there in contention. Corowa on lane 4, Barwon on lane 5. Crew from Richmond putting in a very strong effort now. Jung Yai Hong and Wan Ling MCage. I would say the Richmond crew is forwards to the lead over the Corowa crews and Barwon, who were battling it out for the lead. And it's the black and gold colours, and I think that side of the course is slightly favoured with this wind that's blowing, particularly towards the end of the race, and Richmond drawing away to a lead over Corowa in 2nd place on lane 4. And it's Richmond coming down. They've had a very good morning's racing as a club so far. Jingai Hong and Wen Lang MCage cross the line first, 1 1/4 lengths clear over Corowa. Lane 4 in 2nd place. Taking out the bronze medal, be Barwon ahead of Corowa on lane 3. In 4th place, 5th position will be Essendon. 6th will be Ballarat City. And 7th will be Carrum, lane 1. Our regatta officials do a wonderful job for Rowing Victoria, and again today under the President of the Jury, Duncan McKinnon, the first session today Glenn Bottrell from Essendon, Ashley Dillon from PLC, David Grubitz from Melbourne Rowing Club, Rene Klupax, Corio Bay, Ross Litchfield from Wendouree Ballarat, Bruce McGuinness from Horsham, Brooke Parsons from Barwon, Phil Ryan from Corio Bay, Alistair Shaw from Barwon, Paul Vanderpool from Argonauts, Bill Webster Mercantile, and Barry Wright from Ballarat City. And our level ones this morning are from Carrum Rowing Club, Albert Park College, Bairnsdale, and Y Rowing Club. Richard and I are having a cup of coffee from the Bean Me Up machine. Thank you very much. It looks, tastes very nice, the coffee from the Bean Me Up machine. And in these cool conditions today, a nice warm coffee or hot chocolate would certainly go down well. Well, the next race is coming down, if we could call it a race. It's a bit of a procession at the moment, race 135. The women's B and C pair, with the Karam combination well out in front. Coached by Drew Holman, Sarah Hayward and Kelly James. Well clear of the crew from Corowa, Abby Richards and Elizabeth Sandow, coached by Wes Canny and Matt Bell up there on the Murray River, just across the border from Waganya, the beautiful Waganya Empire Hotel up there. It's a magnificent place to go to, even just for the history. And the Corowa Rowing Club, a very strong rowing club there right on the Murray River under the bridge. But Karam, they're no match for the Karam crew, but they are a C grade combination. Karam is B grade, taking out the championship there. Kelly James and Sarah Hayward in convincing fashion. Well done, Karam. Now we've had a second pair of glasses handed in. Again, they look like, yes, they are reading glasses. And in this case, a little bit easier to identify. They've got a green trim in them around the lenses, and black arms on the glasses. And there's a number on one of the glass arms, R9176 plus 250. So that's the magnification, 250. So they're here at the broadcast point if anybody'd like to see them, pick them up. We've got two sets of reading glasses now. A small bracelet which wouldn't fit round half my wrist. Next event schedule is the 10 past 11 event, so we've dropped behind a little bit now. Race 136, Footscray City, Gippsland Grammar, Essendon, Bairnsdale, Corowa, Bairnsdale, Wendouree, Ballarat and St Patrick's College. Now the Bairnsdale crew on lane 4 is Thomas Miles and Jada Frith, and on lane 6 Bairnsdale, Jack Campbell and Largan Joshi. Fantastic to see these clubs coming all this way to the Victorian Championships here at Lake Wendouree, Ballarat, from Bairnsdale and Corowa in this event. Gippsland Grammar from Sale and Eastern Victoria. So we do appreciate that, and some of them have been winning, but not everybody can win, unfortunately. So we have 6 more races before we have a slight interval, which I think is an early luncheon interval, scheduled for 11:30, but we're going to be behind that time. And the racing will resume at 12:15. And Richard's just come back with a cup of coffee from Bean Me Up machine, but he said, Grill My Hunger next door is providing food and soft drinks and hot food as well in the big black van alongside the Bean Me Up machine. The Bean Me Up van, which has got the lovely coffees and hot chocolates. And the Boost people are here, the world famous Boost drinks. The smoothies are always beautiful there at the Boost Juice van. So they're lining up the 1,000-metre mark. And they're off and running now in the, off and rowing in the under-17 double scull. Race 136. A couple of crews on this side, particularly Wendouree, Ballarat, are a bit tardy at the start. And 3 crews on this side are almost rowing behind each other. Bairnsdale, Wendouree, Ballarat and St Patrick's College. Covering a bit of extra ground, or extra water here on Lake Wendouree. It's allowed the Corowa crew to sneak out to a lead here. Lockie Hogan and Spencer Holland. The coaches Wes Canny and Matthew Bell would be delighted to see them going out to the early lead, along with the crew from Gippsland Grammar, Thomas Gillum and Evan Lewis. They're on lane 2. And we've got coming up towards the 500-metre mark, the halfway mark of the under-17 double scull final. Heats were held earlier today. Footscray City over there on the South Station, and the crew from St Patrick's College, the combination I suppose you could call them. Dropped right back at the rear of the field. The crew from Bairnsdale perhaps in 3rd place. So country clubs to the fore here, with Corowa in the lead, Lockie Hogan and Spencer Holland. The school from Sale in Eastern Victoria, Gippsland Grammar, Thomas Gillum and Evan Lewis. And back in 3rd place is the Bairnsdale crew, Jack Campbell and Largan Joshi on lane 6. Gippsland Grammar look as though they've taken up the bit in racing terms and taken the lead away from the Corowa crew. That's Thomas Gillum and Evan Lewis, the young lads from Gippsland Grammar. Going out to the lead with about 150, 180 metres to go over the Corowa combination, who not able to lift their work rate as the Gippsland Grammar crew did, Lockie Hogan and Spencer Holland. But it's the Gippsland Grammar crew rating pretty high, around about 38 strokes a minute. And Corowa is probably about 2 or 3 strokes under that at 37, 36. As they come down to the line, the Gippsland Grammar crew are going to take out the Victorian Championship. Under-17 double scull in fine style. Well done to Thomas Gillum and Evan Lewis. Scoring by 3 lengths at the finish. Corowa in 2nd place in the bright red boat. Lockie Hogan and Spencer Holland. Another 3 lengths back to Bairnsdale from the Mitchell River in Eastern Victoria. Across the line in 3rd place, Jack Campbell and Lagan Joshua. 4th place will be the crew from Footscray City, who started on lane 1, finished on about lane 3. The second bend-style crew coming through in 5th place. On lane 4 is Thomas Miles and Jada Frith. Essendon stopped rowing there. The stroke band's being pulled along by just the bow man at this stage. That's bad luck for them. I don't know when that's happened. He's come off his seat, the stroke band, so that's bad luck for them. Wendouree Ballarat are going to take out 6th place. Ahead of Essendon in 7th place. 8th place will be St Patrick's College on lane 8. They've covered more ground than the early explorers. They finished up from lane 8 over to about lane 5. There's the all clear from the following umpire. Congratulations, Gippsland Grammar, winner of the Under-17 Double Scull Championship of Victoria, Thomas Gillum and Evan Lewis. Our silver medalists from Corowa, Lockie Hogan and Spencer Holland. And our bronze medalists from Bensdale, Jack Campbell and Lagan Joshua. All country clubs and schools in the placings there. Next event's well underway, the C-grade men's double scull. Corowa sculler out in the lead here. That's Brodie Julian, coached by Wes Canny, and Matthew Bell up there on the Murray River in New South Wales, across the border from Waggunya in Victoria. Corowa part of Rowing Victoria and have been for a long, long time now. And a great rowing club, and many, many rowers have come through Corowa. And not being let down by Brodie Julian here. He's got a nice lead over the sculler from Richmond. Yes, the Richmond sculler Kai Wong, coached by Will Golding. Second place, just ahead of the Barwon sculler Willem Freeston, who has 3 coaches, Jan Keats, Elisa Crescenti and Roman Tomzak. In 4th place is Shepparton Patrick Sharp, coached by John Derbyshire up there at Lake Shepparton in central Victoria. Back to the La Trobe University sculler, Stephen Gerben, followed by the second Corowa sculler and Yarra sculler. But down towards the finishing line, it's the Corowa sculler comfortably in front. And nice long strokes in the water on lane 2. Brodie Julian, coached by Wes Canny, and Matthew Bell coming down to take out the Victorian Championship in fine style over the 1,000-metre course. Corowa from New South Wales, part of Rowing Victoria. Brodie Julian, well done. Congratulations, scoring by 5 lengths at the finish from the young Barwon sculler in Fergus Kerr in 2nd place. Another 2 lengths away to Richmond in 3rd position, taking out the bronze medal just ahead of Shepparton in 4th place. 5th position, just stopped rowing before the line, will be La Trobe University, drifting across the line now. And the veteran of the field, Colin Rawson, back in 6th place. Still the Hamilton sculler, Alan Clarence, to come on lane 8. Correction there, William Freestone was the Barwon sculler, not Fergus Kerr. He's still to come. The umpire's vote, he may have had a dip, I'm not sure. We only had 2 dips yesterday, according to the surf lifesaving guys that I spoke to after the regatta. But a magnificent gold medal win there to Brodie Julian from the Corowa Rowing Club, coached by Wes Canny and Matthew Bell. Our silver medalists from Barwon, William Freestone, coached by Jan Keats, Elisa Crescenti and Roman Tomzak. And third was Richmond K. Kai Wong, coached by Will Golding. Trophies can be collected on the Southern Isthmus over there. Next event underway is race 138, the female A single scull championship of Victoria. Lane 1, Amy Baker from Mercantile, coached by Sam Fennessy. Lane 2, Ballarat Grammar, Kalia Walker. Lane 3, Corio Bay, Molly Clark Fernandez. Lane 4 is Yarra Yarra, Zara Kafori, coached by David Orchard. Lane 5, Corio Bay, David Orchard. OAM, we should put in there. Lane 5, Corio Bay, Maggie Foley, coached by Lee Paul Sullivan. Lane 6, Mercantile, Chloe Robinson, coached by Sam Fennessy. Lane 7, Ballarat City, Ebony Evanwalder, coached by Grant McKechnie here at Ballarat City. And Lane 8, Sydney Arnold, Ella Huber. Sydney does a lot of coaching down there, as we see the Barwin Sculler finishing in 8th place there on lane 7, Fergus Kerr. Corio Bay Scullers leading up the field here in race 138. That's Maggie Foley, coached by Lee Hall Sullivan down there at Geelong. Not getting it all their own way though. Ballarat Grammar in 2nd place, that's Kalia Walker. Follows the Yarra Yarra Sculler, Zara Kafori in 3rd place, coached by David Orchard. This is the A grade single scull for the females, race 138. Fairly clear conditions are prevailing, even though it looks a bit foggy on the live streaming, but it's still the Corio Bay Sculler, Maggie Foley, who led from the start here in the A grade single scull. She looked impressive in the heat earlier on today. She's not getting it all her own way. The Ballarat Grammar School sculler, Kalia Walker, sculling beautifully here as we see a couple of swans drifting away, the bevy of swans, as we see the Corio Bay Sculler. Maggie Foley on lane 5, coming down to take out the Victorian A-grade single scull championship over 1,000 metres. She scores by about 3 lengths at the finish. From Ballarat's very own Ballarat Grammar, Kalia Walker in 2nd place. Another 2.5 lengths back to Yarra Yarra, Zara Kafori in 3rd place. Then follows the Mercantile Sculler in 4th place, Amy Baker, coached by Sam Fennessy. Then the Corio Bay Sculler, Molly Clark Fernandez, 5th place, 6th underneath the judges' box, Sydney Arnold. Sydney Rowing Club, Ella Huber. State representative in 5th place, 6th will be Mercantile. And 7th will be Ballarat City, Ebony Evanwalder. Well done to Corio Bay. Maggie Foley, coached by Lee Hall Sullivan, continuing the club's championships this weekend, successes. She takes out the gold medal. 2nd Yarra Yarra, second Ballarat Grammar, Kalia Walker. Congratulations to her. and third was Yarra Yarra Zara Kafori, coached by David Orchard. Now the 11.25 event's just about to get underway, the under-17 women's single scull. The finalists here, Corowa on lane 2, Elizabeth Robb, coached by Wes Canny and Matthew Bell. Lane 3, Ballarat Grammar, Alicia Walker. Lane 4, Corowa Anglican Grammar School, Tessa Plant, coached by Jane Robinson, former Victorian and Australian representative. Gippsland Grammar, lane 5, Ella Geron. Lane 6, Yarra Yarra, Ria Werner, coached by David Orchard. And lane 7, Damascus, here from Ballarat, Paris, Govan. We've got 2 sets of reading glasses here in the broadcast house. Anybody's lost any reading glasses, particularly the ones found today, where they're black framed and they're 2.5 times normal viewing, and they've got the green, iridescent green inside frame. So the under-17 single scull coming down now with about 200 metres to go. And a good effort from Ballarat Grammar again. Alicia Walker in the lead here from the Gippsland Grammar School sculler, Ella Duran. Then back in third place, Yarra Yarra, Ria Werner. Quite a gap back to the other sculler from Corowa, Tess Plant. I'm not sure about the Corowa from New South Wales sculler. She maybe didn't start. Well, there's one way back, Damascus, Paris, Govan. It'd be 700 or 800 metres behind, so she may have tipped into the water. But a gold medal win to Alicia Walker from Ballarat Grammar in the under-17 single scull, scoring by 4 lengths from the Gippsland Grammar School sculler, Ella Duran. In third place is the Corowa. Is the Yarra Yarra sculler, Ria Werner, coached by David Orchard at OAM in third place. Quite a gap back to the next sculler, which will be Corowa Anglican Grammar School, Tess Plant. In fourth place, and Damascus will be in fifth position. That's Paris Govan, but she's still got 400 metres to go. 300. Not sure what happened to the Corowa sculler, Adelaide Robb. Maybe she's racing in a later event. Two more events before the what we could call the early luncheon interval. Certainly is for Richard. He's been here since 8 o'clock, even though there was no racing early on. But congratulations to Alicia Walker, winner of the Under-17 Single Scull Championship of Victoria from Ballarat Grammar. Our silver medalist from Gippsland Grammar, Ella Gerrand, and our bronze medalist from Yarra Yarra, Ria Werner, coached by, from Yarra Yarra, coached by David Orchard, OAM. And the Damascus colour coming in. At least she's finished the course. A nice orange ribbon in her hair in 5th place. Paris Govan right underneath the judges' box. Looks like the sculler in that previous event, who I was calling, was missing from the Corowa Rowing Club in New South Wales. Adelaide Robb coming down the course now. She's got about 500 metres to go. So when she's finished, she'll finish in 6th place. She won't be there for the hip hooray from the other competitors. She may have had a mishap, or she may have just been late for the start. Two more to go after this. The under-15 female single scull, Wendouree Ballarat, Mia Woodburn, coached by Paul Blanchfield, who's headed up the live streaming of the regatta yesterday and again today here at Lake Wendouree, thanks to Paul and his team. Hamilton Alexander College, represented by Jemima Ross, coached by Simon Ross. Might be a bit of a relationship there. Then Corowa Summers Hogan, coached by Wes Canning and Matthew Well. And Mercantile Kate McNeil, coached by, I think, her father Andrew McNeil, I'm not sure, but certainly the same surname. So great to see an under-15 single scull, where we've got 4 entries lining up at the 1,000-metre mark to get that race underway. Then we have a para single scull, Nestles Rowing Club from down there at Dennington, west of Warrnambool in Western Victoria. Aaron Skinner, a regular at our regattas and national regattas and Victorian Championships. And the Bensdale sculler from Eastern Victoria, from the Mitchell River, Harris Singer, coached by Lynn Broad, either captain or former captain of the Bensdale Rowing Club down there on the Mitchell River. And during this short break, just a reminder that there are 3 caterers here today. The Boost Juice people on the South Bank with their big van, and the Bean Me Up van, and the Grill My Hunger black van, as we see the Corowa sculler coming in at the finish of her race. Well done to finish the event, Adelaide Robb. No. Yeah, Adelaide Robb from Corowa in 6th place in that previous event, the under-17 single scull. Now, our regatta officials do a wonderful job, and they do it free of charge. They get expenses of accommodation overnight, but Duncan McKinnon from Mercantile again is the president of the jury today, as he was yesterday. And our officials today, Glenn Bottrell from Essendon, Ashley Dillon from PLC, David Grubitz from Melbourne Rowing Club, Rene Klupax from Corio Bay, Ross Litchfield from Wendouree Ballarat, Bruce McGuinness from Horsham on the Wimmera River up there in Western Victoria in the Wimmera, Brooke Parsons from Barwon, Phil Ryan from Corio Bay, Alistair Shaw from Barwon, Paul Van Der Poel from Argonauts, Bill Webster from Mercantile, and Barry Wright from Ballarat City. And in this session today, until the luncheon break coming up shortly, our level ones are from Carrum Rowing Club, Albert Park College, Bensdale Rowing Club, and Y Rowing Club. And race 140 is underway from the 1,000 metres, the under 15 single scull. So our youngest competitors at the regatta today and yesterday, I would hazard a guess. And the 4 scullers away with Hamilton Alexander College. Jemima Ross, coached by Simon Ross, away well on lane 4, as lane 5 Corowa Summers Hogan, coached by Wes Canny and Matthew Bell. She'd be in the lead, Corowa from Hamilton. And the sculler right over on the south side, also doing well, Wendouree Ballarat, Mia Woodburn, coached by Paul Blanchfield. Bringing up the rear is the Mercantile sculler, Kate McNeil. In fact, on the South Station, Wendouree Ballarat rowing on, or sculling on her own course, Mia Woodburn, coached by Paul Blanchfield, would be in the lead here. And they're just about to get underway in the para single scull. Aaron Skinner of Nestles and Bensdale Harrison Singer. Well, a good race developing here. I don't know whether they realise that, but Wendouree Ballarat on lane 3 on the South Station. Mia Woodburn, coached by Paul Blanchfield. And the Corowa sculler in very similar colours. Summers Hogan from New South Wales on lane 5, coached by Wes Canny and Matthew Bell. 2 scullers are going stroke for stroke now. They've cleared away from the Hamilton and Alexander sculler, Jemima Ross. Just caught a crab, and the Mercantile sculler is coming at her for that all-important 3rd position in the championship event. But Wendouree Ballarat taking up the bid here on lane 3. Mia Woodburn has gone out to the lead clearly now over the Corowa sculler Summers Hogan in 120 metres to go to the line in race number 140 on day 2 of the Victorian Rowing Championships here at Lake Wendouree. And in perfect conditions for single sculling. Great effort by these under 15 single scullers. Wendouree Ballarat first, Mia Woodburn, half a length clear over Corowa Summers Hogan in 2nd place. In 3rd position will be Hamilton and Alexander College, represented by Jemima Ross and coached by Simon Ross. As she goes across the line. And the Mercantile sculler in 4th place. Kate McNeil, coached by Andrew McNeil. Rowing in a boat called the Breakfast Mums, reminds me of Mercantile reminds me of Jenny and her team. Jenny's here today, but Mercantile has a marquee over there. And the last race before the interval is underway. That's our only para event at the regatta, the race 141. Nestles Aaron Skinner from Dennington in Western Victoria, just west of Warrnambool, a great place where they've fostered para rowing, particularly under Val Bertram, former Australian sculling champion herself, and Tommy Bertrand, who do a job down there with the para scullers. Aaron Skinner's a regular at the Victorian Championships and the Australian titles. And he's out clearly in front of the Bensdale sculler. Harrison Singer, coached by Lynn Broad. Last event before the interval, race 141, the para single scull over 1,000 metres. Remember when para sculling started, they only over 500. Now in the Olympics, it's out to 2,000 metres. One of our Australians, Eric Horry, has been to the forefront there at the Olympics over many years now. The leading sculler comes towards the 750 metre mark of this 1,000 metre para single scull. Highest boat and the surf life-saving guys right in behind the Bensdale sculler. Harrison Singer. Our umpires are always very concerned, particularly with the para events, that they follow the competitors very closely. And Aaron doing well here, getting a good swing in the boat. Not sure of his infirmity, but he's comfortably out in front of the Bensdale sculler. Well done to Aaron Skinner from the Nestles Rowing Club in Western Victoria, down there at Dennington, taking out the para single scull championship of Victoria once again. Good effort coming from the Bensdale sculler here in Harrison Singer, coming down on lane 5, well, perhaps on about lane 7. In second place, coached by Lynn Broad down there at the Mitchell River at the Bensdale Rowing Club. Well done to Harrison Singer as he comes down to the line. Just 2 or 3 strokes to go in the para single scull to conclude the morning's program. And there's the all clear from the following umpire. We do thank our umpires today. The first session under the President of the Jury, Duncan McKinnon, Glenn Bottrell, Ashley Dillon, David Grubitz, Glenn Klupax, Ross Litchfield, Bruce McGuinness, Brooke Parsons, Phil Ryan, Alistair Shaw, Paul Van Der Poel, Bill Webster and Barry Wright, and our level ones from Carrum Rowing Club, Albert Park College, Bensdale and Y Rowing Club. So that concludes the first part of today's program. We've got big racing this afternoon between race 141 at 12:15 in 20 minutes time, right through till race 201. So we've got 50 races this afternoon till 5:50 this evening. So enjoy the break, and Richard will be back, Richard Dorstein, back for the start of racing again at 12:15. Still waiting for a start to resume the next part of the program here on day 2 of the Victorian Rowing Championships. 142 is the next event, the first of 2 heats of the C grade quad scull, where the first 4 will go through to the final at 155, but still no start yet for that event. Race 142, the starters will be Hawthorn on lane 3, Cardinia International College on 4, Damascus on 5, Melbourne Argonauts on 6, and Richmond on lane 7. C grade quad scull, heat 1. Certainly a lot of crews down there in the area between the 500 and the 1,000 metre start. And hopefully we'll get this first heat of the C grade coxed quad scull underway shortly, race 142. Of course, it's a running start at the 1,000 metre mark. There's no toggle start at all there, so or anybody holding the boat, so it's just a running start. So competitors have to be very alert to say when the starter gets them underway. And some resemblance of a start by the looks of it at the moment. on the live streaming screen. The crew nearest the camera is Richmond, along to lane 6, Melbourne Argonauts, Damascus on lane 5, the college from Ballarat, lane 4, Cardinia International College, and Hawthorn on lane 3. Well, at long last, they're often racing in the 12:20 event, some 20 minutes after official starting time. The C-grade Cox Quad Scull, Heat 1. Cardinia International College away to a very good start. Crew that's in the lead would be Damascus on lane 5, the local college crew here, coached by Robert Davis, stroked by Joachim Henderson and Ruby Lane the Cox. On lane 5's Cardinia International College, who started well, have dropped back now behind the other crews. And Hawthorn away well on the south station, Andrew Barrett, Oliver Beadle, Christopher Brown and Andrew Vogan, with Penny Vogan the Cox. The crew from Damascus still in the lead, the crew locally here from Ballarat. Connell Seard, Jude Kerr, Mason Truan and Joachim Henderson, with Ruby Lane the Cox, coached by Robert Davis. In second place, not far behind them, is the Hawthorn crew, stroked by Andrew Vogan. Then back to the crew from Richmond on lane 7, followed by Melbourne Argonauts and then Cardinia International College at the rear of the field. First 4 through to the final at 1:55. Second heat's just about to get underway. Damascus on lane 2, Damascus on lane 3, Corowa from New South Wales on 4, Essendon on 5 and Barwon on 6. Again, one crew to be eliminated from these 5 crew heats. Now Damascus being hotly pressured by Richmond here on lane 7, throwing out the challenge to Damascus on lane 5. Damascus still a metre or 2 in front over Richmond. And back in third place would be Hawthorn, assured of a place in the final as long as they finish. Melbourne Argonauts in 4th place, followed by Cardinia International College at the rear of the field. But it's Richmond drawing up alongside Damascus. They make a race of it over the concluding stages in Heat 1 of the C-grade Cox Quad Scull. Damascus College here from Ballarat coming down to the line to take out the first heat of the C-grade Quad Scull. Across the line first, 3/4 of a length clear over the crew from Richmond, who stopped rowing before the line. Then back in third place, about 5 lengths away, would be Hawthorn, followed by the Melbourne Argonauts, who will make it into the final at 1:55, and Cardinia International College at the rear of the field will be eliminated. A 3.5142 down the page, unofficially in 142, with Damascus taking it out from Richmond by about 3/4 of a length at the finish, with Hawthorn in third place and Melbourne Argonauts joining them, those three crews, in the final at 155. The second heat's well underway. Well, there's only 4 crews starting here by the looks of it. I can't see Barwin, so perhaps only the first 3 will go through from this heat. See that there's only 4 starters now. As they came through the 500 metres, it was the crew second from the Judges Tower. That's Corowa from New South Wales in the lead, coached by Wes Canny and Matthew Bell. Stroked by Liam Fitzgerald, behind him Brodie Julian, who we saw in the single scull earlier, Lockie Hogan and Eric Hogan, with Harvey McFarlane the cox. And leading by about a length and a half from the Essendon crew, alongside them on lane 5, coached by Trevor Wilson. And back in third place, Damascus on lane 2. And the crew that looks like being eliminated is Damascus on lane 3 at the rear of the field. Barwin not starting, or they may have been a scratcher. So it's Corowa in the lead here on lane 4, the crew from New South Wales on the Murray River across the border from Waganya, which is in Victoria. Beautiful area of Australia. And the Corowa boys coming down to the line, coached by Wes Canny and Matthew Bell, to take out the second heat of the C grade quad scull. They go into the final at 155. Coro across the line first, 2.5 lengths clear over Damascus on lane 2 in second place, followed by Essendon in lane 3. Those 3 crews in the final at 155, and the crew to be eliminated will be Damascus on lane 3. Next event's the A-grade Cox Quad Scull, race number 144 for the ladies, for the women. First 4 through to the final at 2 o'clock. Banks, Corio Bay, Richmond Mercantile and Albert Park College. Five crews are coming up to the 1,000 metre start here in the A-grade Cox Quad Scull. Those watching on the live streaming, nearest the camera is Albert Park College. Alongside them is Mercantile on lane 5, Richmond on lane 4, Corio Bay on lane 3. And in the pink colours on the far side, lane 2 is Banks. Drifting up just through the 1,000 metre mark start. We'll let them go in a minute. Crew from Albert Park College back behind the line. They're away. Often racing in race 144 on day 2 of the Victorian Rowing Championships is the A-grade Women's Quad Scull Heat 1. With 1 crew to be eliminated from this 5-boat field. Banks, Corio Bay, Richmond Mercantile, Albert Park College. Richmond away well on station 4, just ahead of Mercantile and Albert Park College, followed by Coria Bay and Banks, but it's only about 120, 130 metres covered so far, so there's still to settle down who's going to be taking the lead here in the first heat of the female A-grade quad scull. Pretty good conditions for quad sculling, just a little bit of a side breeze coming in from the southeasterly direction or southerly direction, maybe southwesterly now. Richmond in the lead from Mercantile alongside them, followed by Coria Bay on lane 3, then Albert Park College on lane 6. Banks have dropped back a little bit in the early stages of the event. They've covered about 400 metres in the first of the 2 heats of the A-grade women's quad scull. Race 144 on today's 2 program of the Victorian Rowing Championships here at Lake Wendouree. So it's still the Richmond crew in the lead on lane 4. Zoe Maxwell, Karen Doggett, Michelle Joy, Kate Dyball and Chelsea Krauser, the cox. They've got 3/4 of a length on Mercantile back in second place. Laura Bertram, Louise Carr, Kate Duggan and Megan Hester, the Cub captain, with Roy Zhang, the cox, coached by Andrew McNeil. Mercantile being hotly pressed now by Corio Bay, that second position, coxed by Corio Bay by Fiona Wild, stroked by Jessie Freestone, with Molly Clark Fernandez behind her is Lauren Murphy, and in the bow seat Sydney Arnold. But it's Richmond by over a length now, a length and a half clear over Corio Bay and Mercantile. A keen battle for second place. Back in 4th position now, perhaps the Banks crew ahead of Albert Park College, just the first 4 going through of this 5-boat heat. The final at 2 o'clock, just over an hour's time. But it's Richmond holding on to the lead over Mercantile by about a length and a half. The black and gold colours showing out again. They've had a good regatta today so far, the club. Back in 3rd place is Corio Bay, stroked by Jessie Freestone and coxed by Fiona Wild. They're not far behind Mercantile. Then 4th place would be Banks, followed by the school crew from Albert Park College, bringing up the rear. But it's still Richmond in the lead here. They've got 3/4 of a length clear over the crew from Mercantile. They're just lifting their rating a little bit now as they come down towards the finishing line in the first of the 2 heats of the women's A-grade quad scull. It's going to be a win to the Richmond crew as they come away to win by a length and a quarter at the finish from Mercantile in second place. Half a length further back to Corio Bay, and a length and a quarter to Banks in 4th place, and the crew to be eliminated will be Albert Park College. But well done Richmond. Zoe Maxwell, Karen Doggett, Michelle Joy, Kate Dyball and Chelsea Krauser, the cox. Richmond from Mercantile, Corio Bay and Banks into the final at 2 o'clock. Second heat of that event, we see Wendouree Ballarat as a scratching on lane 2, just leaving 4 crews. It means that perhaps the first 3 only through from Ballarat City, Banks, Gippsland Grammar and Yarra Yarra. And they're just about to get going in the second heat. See a very good coverage here from the camera work shown by Paul Blanchfield and his team And they're off and racing in race number 145, second heat, A-grade Cox Quad Scull. I'd say Yarra Yarra have got the best of the start here from Gippsland Grammar, Ballarat City and Banks. Yarra Yarra nearest the judge on lane 6. Anika Siratik, Ruby Gray, Ria Werner and Zara Kafori. Alicia Siratik, the Cox. Of course, Yarra Yarra having a very significant year celebration. They're 150 years old this year. They'll be keen to do well at regattas, more so than ever. So they're running 1, 2, 3, 4 across the course from this northern side, Yarra Yarra from Gippsland Grammar, Banks and Ballarat City. Well, a great race between these 4 crews, with one to be eliminated from the A-grade Cox Quad Scull final at 2 o'clock, with Wendouree Ballarat scratching on lane 2. Only about half a length would cover the 4 crews as they come towards the 500 metre mark, the halfway stage of the 1,000 metre event. I'm not sure whether that Barwon crew is officially in the race, because they're on the south station on lane 1. The race still on in earnest between the other 4 crews, with perhaps now the Banks crew just forging to a slight lead over the crew from Gippsland Grammar and Yarra Yarra and Ballarat City. What a race between the 4 of them. That Barwon crew was rowing on the course, and they're going back to the boating area now, so it's a little bit deceptive for the crews. And now Gippsland Grammar lifting their work rate. Amy Hornelin, Ella Durand, Hannah Robertson, Freya Hamilton the stroke seat, just lifting the work rate to hold off this challenge now from Yarra Yarra in second place, followed by Banks and Ballarat City. Look like the crew being eliminated. It's going to be Gippsland Grammar down to the line first, half a length clear over Yarra Yarra in second place, and a third of a length back to the crew from Banks Rowing Club in third position, and in fourth place will be Ballarat City, eliminated from the final of that event, which is at 2 o'clock. So a great finish there, only about a length and a half covering all 4 crews at the finishing line. Next event's the A-grade men's double scull. First 4 through to the final at 2:15. In that previous event, the A-grade quad scull, as I saw it, Gippsland Grammar first, Yarra Yarra second, and Banks with third, ahead of Ballarat City. Wendouree Ballarat at scratching. It's Gippsland Grammar in the lead here through the halfway stage. Lindsay Hamilton and Billy Osmond, we've called them a couple of times today. A-grade double scull first heat. Right over on the far side, Gippsland Grammar also doing well. Matthew Thompson and Curtis Wilmot. 5 boats in the field, so 1 to be eliminated only. That looks like Banks at the moment. Ballarat City are just ahead of them, and Corio Bay ahead of them again. It's Gippsland Grammar on lane 6. Lindsay Hamilton and Billy Osmond with about 250 metres to go to the line. About 2.5 lengths clear over Corio Bay, Xavier Hall Sullivan and Lee Hall Sullivan, coached by Lee Hall Sullivan. It's very tight for 3rd, 4th and 5th then between Banks on lane 3, the Gippsland Grammar crew on lane 2. Back to Banks and Corio Bay on lane 5. But it's the Gippsland Grammar crew on lane 6, Lindsay Hamilton and Billy Osmond down to the line in the first heat of the A-grade double scull in fine style, scoring by about 6 lengths at the finish from Corio Bay, who'll come through in 2nd place. Then in 3rd position will be Ballarat City on lane 4. 4th will be Banks, and 5th will be Gippsland Grammar on lane 2. So it's easy on the page, riding them in race 146. Down the page, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well done, Gippsland Grammar. Impressive win there. Lindsay Hamilton and Billy Osmond. And what a wonderful combination there with Xavier Hall Sullivan and Lee Hall Sullivan coming in 2nd place there. Second heat event, that event is 147. That's between Gippsland Grammar on lane 3, Essendon on 4, Melbourne on 5 and Ballarat City on lane 6. And they're off and racing in the second heat of the A-grade double scull, the first 3 through to the final at 2:15 to join Gippsland Grammar, Corio Bay, Ballarat City and Banks from the first heat. So just the 4 starters, as I mentioned here in the second heat, with 1 to be eliminated from the final at 2:15. And the crew nearest the judge, Ballarat City doing well, William Gilbert and William McKechnie, coached by Grant McKechnie, on their home course. In 2nd place would be Essendon, Alexander Hamilton, and the Rays Sikavitas. 3rd place will be Gippsland Grammar on lane 3, Cameron Rule and Anthony Smith. And Melbourne at the rear of the field. Look like the crew being eliminated at this stage. That's Jess Christian and Timothy Crooks, which is a B pair combination in the A-grade double scull. All the others are A-grade. Through the 500 metres, the halfway mark of this event, Ballarat City comfortably out in front. They've We've got 4 or 5 lengths clear over Essendon in second place. Another couple of lengths away to Gippsland Grammar. And then Melbourne bringing up the rear on lane 5. Looked like the crew being eliminated from the final of that event, the 2:15 event. So one of the easier wins of the early part of today's second half of the program, the A-grade double scull, second heat. Ballarat City doing it very easily out in front. William Gilbert and William McKechnie. They're keeping the work rate right up, getting a good workout over the 1,000 metres in the A-grade double scull. Heat number 2. Going to be Ballarat City finishing full of running. Across the line first. Scoring by about 125 3/4 metres from Essendon in second place. Followed by Gippsland Grammar in third position. And Melbourne will be the crew to be eliminated from the final of that event of 2:15. First 3 only from that heat into the final of 2:15. To join the first 4 place getters from the first heat. Gippsland Grammar, Corio Bay, Ballarat City and Banks. And they've added now Ballarat City, Essendon and Melbourne to be eliminated from the event. Next event to come down is the B-grade double scull, race number 148. Big entry here, not to be judged as the Barwon crew on lane 8. We've got Carrum on lane 1, Helen Kelly and Mary Hunter. Coached by Drew Holman down there at the National Water Sports Centre at Carrum. Lane 2 is Bensdale, Lynn Broad and Lily Rose Hall Kraus. Richmond on lane 3, Lily Innes Irons and Chelsea Krauser. Lane 4, Essendon, Zoe De Silva Abiwekaram and Alicia Maserio. Hamilton Alexander College on lane 5, Amy Innes and Isabel Metcham. Lane 6, Hamilton Alexander College, Tessa Ingham and Sarah Anderson. Lane 7, Richmond, Helen Pearce and Kirsty Fergie. And lane 8, not to be judged, is Barwon, Marina Matter and Maxine Rice. That race is underway, race 148, the first of the 2 heats of the B-grade double scull. Pretty cutthroat with 7 official starters and 3 to be eliminated from the final. We've got 7 in the second heat as well. One of the crews, unfortunately, is tipped over. Looks like Hamilton and Alexander College on lane 5. may have come to grief. 100 metres out from the start. Life-saving boats coming out. The umpires stopped their boat following the boat race down. Bad luck for Hamilton Alexander College, tipping out of the boat shortly after the start. The leading crew here would be Richmond Rowing Club, Lily Innes Irons and Chelsea Krauser, followed by Bairnsdale, Lynn Broad and Lily Rose Hall Kraus. Then back to Richmond on this side of the course, Helen Pearce and Kirsty Fergie. Back to the first of the Hamilton Alexander College crews, Tessa Ingham and Sarah Anderson. Coached by Simon Ross as the crew, I think, on lane 5, Amy Innes and Isabel Metchem. Now the Barwon crew is racing by invitation here on lane 8. Marina Matter and Maxine Rice, a very experienced combination, and they're probably in front. My program says NJ, not to be judged. Still Richmond ahead of the crew from Richmond number 2 on lane 7, and the crew from Bairnsdale, Lynn Broad and Lily Rose Hall Kraus. As I mentioned, I think it was yesterday, Lily Rose, hyphenated Christian name, and Hall Kraus, old hyphenated surname. First I've ever seen that in my 60 years of 50 odd years of commentating. You've seen both the Christian and surnames hyphenated in the one person. So it's the Richmond crew on lane 3, still leading from the Richmond crew on lane 7. This Barwon crew is not to be judged. They're probably right up there in contention, but they're not to be judged, so that's why we haven't been calling them. Back in 3rd place would be Bairnsdale, but it's going to be Richmond 1-2, the crew on lane 3, Lily Innes Irons and Chelsea Krauser, ahead of Helen Pearce and Kirsty Fergie. And in 3rd place will be Bairnsdale, Lynn Broad and Lily Rose Hall Kraus. Back in 4th place would be Essendon. Fifth will be the Carrum crew on the outside station on lane 1, furthest from the judge. And 6 will be lane 6, Hamilton and Alexander College. Crew on front lane 5 were rescued by the umpires' boats, Amy Innes and Isabel Metchem. Let's hope they will recover okay after the dipping in the water today. So Richmond number 1, Richmond number 2, Bairnsdale and Essendon into the final at 2:25 of the B grade women's double scull. Start list is up for the second heat of the B grade double scull. Wendouree Ballarat on lane 1, Jane Hibbs and Claire Boatman. Lane 2, Melbourne Park, South Melbourne, Lisa Leddick and Marie Cecile Lacoste, who've been competitors for a long time in Victoria. Essendon, Jade Williamson and Charlize Adamo. Mary Gardner and Glenn Bodford coaching there. Sacred Heart from Geelong on lane 4, Hannah Glover and Eve Daly. Lane 5, Wendouree Ballarat, Rebecca Gribble and Lee Ann Martin. Lane 6, Coria Bay, Evie Timms Honor and Eliza Ahern. And lane 7, Melbourne, Bia Klein Van Mullicum and Tangi Nishibata. They're just about to get underway. They're lining up at the start here on the live streaming, 149. B-grade double scull, heat 2. First 4 through to the final at 2:25. In the starters' hands for race number 149. Won't be long before they're underway. In fact, they are underway now in race number 149, heat 2 of the B-grade double scull. Don't forget, if you're hungry or thirsty, you're well catered for here at the Regatta. You've got the Bean Me Up van there in the middle of the other two vans. The grilled van on the black thing, that's a lot of hot food and cold food and soft drinks. And the Boost, the world famous Boost juice with great smoothies there and very healthy drinks available from Boost Juice. And the 7 crews well away in the B-grade double scull. Crew second from this side, perhaps Coria Bay taking the early lead in the first couple of 100 metres. Evie Timms Honor and Eliza Ahern. Wendouree Ballarat doing well on lane 5. That's Rebecca Gribble and Leanne Martin. That'll please Terry Wright if he's here today. Terry Austin, I should say. Second from the far side, Albert Park, South Melbourne, Lisa Leddick and Marie-Cecile Lacoste, a very experienced combination. Right up there with Wendouree Ballarat back in 3rd place, Coria Bay on lane 6. And then across here on lane 7, Melbourne Rowing Club, Bia Klein Van Mullicum and Tangi Nishibata. Well, just 4 crews to go through to the final here in this second heat of the D-grade double scull. And right near us, the judge here, Melbourne Rowing Club in the 2 blue colours, mainly light blue but a dark blue hoop. Bia Klein Van Mullicum and Tangi Nishibata, a very experienced combination ahead of the Wendouree Ballarat crew of Rebecca Gribble and Leanne Martin. Back in 3rd place would be Albert Park, South Melbourne, and Lisa Leddick and Marie-Cecile Lacoste. And a little gap back to the Essendon crew in 4th place, followed by Coria Bay on lane 6, and then across to Wendouree Ballarat on lane 1, and well back to Sacred Heart Geelong. But down to the line, it's going to be a very, very comfortable victory in the end to the Melbourne Rowing Club crew to be it. Klein Van Mullicum in the bow seat. In the stroke seat, Tanjanishi Bata across the line first. 3 lengths clear over Wintery Ballarat in second place. Rebecca Gribble and Leanne Martin. Third place is Albert Park, South Melbourne, Lisa Leddick and Marie Celeste Lacoste. And in fourth place will be the crew from Corio Bay, ahead of Essendon in fifth position. Sixth position will be Wendouree Ballarat on lane 1, and lane 4 will be in seventh place. Well done to the Melbourne crew there, Bea Klein Van Mullicum and Tanjanishi Bata into the final, along with Wendouree Ballarat, Rebecca Gribble and Leanne Martin. And in third place, Albert Park, South Melbourne, Lisa Leddick and Marie Cecile Lacoste. And fourth was Corio Bay, Evie Timms Honor and Eliza Ahern. The next event's on the course, the B grade single scull for the men. First 4 through to the final from these heats. Race 150. Banks is a scratching on lane 1. Patrick Daly. And the sculler fourth from this side is Nick Inglis, the veteran of the field. Ahead of Corio Bay, David Kelly over there on lane 2. Those two scullers well clear of the field here. Powerhouse next is Alex Wilcox, followed by the sculler on this side, Regan Farley from Gippsland Grammar. Then follows Albert Park College, William Ludlow. And bringing up the rear is Dimboola Ben Salter. At the first 4 through at 2:40 this afternoon from these two heats of the B grade single scull with the Corio Bay sculler. David Kelly coming home strongly, and in fact slightly longer over the line. Oh, he stopped rowing before the line and he's going to crash into a crew there. That's bad luck. That crew from the previous event went right over his bow. That allowed the Yarra Yarra sculler Nick Inglis to win from the Corio Bay sculler. In second place, David Kelly. Third position will be very tight. Lane 6. Powerhouse Alex Wilcox just ahead of lane 8, Gippsland Grammar, Regan Farley into the final at 2:40. In fifth place will be Albert Park College, William Ludlow. And then comes lane 3, Dimboola Ben Salter. The second heat well underway in the B grade single scull for the men, for the males. St Patrick's College, James Halsall is a scratching. leaving 7 starters. And through the 500 metres, it's Charles Radden from Corio Bay, well clear of the rest of the field. Right down on lane 8 here, the Karam Scullo's up there. Adrian Roginski, coached by Drew Holman down there at the National Water Sports Centre. He's trying to get a 2nd position or 3rd position. Melbourne Rowing Club, Patrick Whelan out there on lane 2. But they're well behind this leading sculler, Charles Radden, in Heat 2 of the B-grade single scull race, 151 on day 2 of the Victorian Rowing Championships here at Lake Wendouree. And is he doing it easily? Charles Radden from Corio Bay. He'd be 100 metres in front of the field. Very tight for the minor placings. 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th into the final at 2:40. Just that one scratching from St Pat, so 3 to be eliminated from the 7 starters. Melbourne sculler in 2nd place is Patrick Whelan. Head of Melbourne Argonauts, Alistair Williamson. Latrobe Uni, Stephen Gerben, and right over here on the lane 8, Adrian Rogonski. But it's going to be a very, very comfortable victory to Corio Bay. Charles Radden across the line first, scoring by about 170 metres at the finish. Very tight for the minor placings between Karam over here on lane 8 and Melbourne on lane 2, followed by Melbourne Argonauts, then follows Latrobe Uni. So I think Karam might get up there on lane 8. Adrian Roginski, coached by Drew Holman, coming down to the line in 2nd place. But he was a long way behind the winner there. In 3rd position, Melbourne Rowing Club, the 4th all position in the final, Melbourne Argonauts. 5th was Latrobe University. 6th will be the veteran of the field, Colin Rawson. It keeps going up and down. He was in the C single scull earlier on. And the powerhouse sculler. Now one of the scullers has tipped over here at the finish, and I think they'll be calling for the life-saving guys. The all important thing is to hold on to the boat and hold on to your oars and just await the arrival of the rescue boat. All the results can be on the Rowing Victoria website, the Rowing Manager, where you can also watch live streaming of the regatta today. The start list is up for the next event, which is the under-17 men's single scull. St Patrick's College, Angus Murfitt; Bairnsdale, Jack Campbell; Essendon, William Drew Finn; Gippsland Grammar, Evan Lewis; Footscray City, Thomas Doherty; and Dimboola, Rory Hallahan Johns. And John Atchison from Powerhouse jumped out of his boat to come and help rescue the sculler who's tipped over his boat. Which was the Melbourne sculler Patrick Whelan, who's got a final at 2:40, so he's got an hour and 10 minutes to get going after having that dip at the end of the race. Now back to the rowing, race 152 is the single scull coming down, under 17. And it's Gippsland Grammar in the lead. That's Evan Lewis on lane 5. Comfortably clear over the sculler from St Patrick's College, Angus Murfitt, coached by David O'Doherty, over there on lane 2. Then Dimbula, Rory, Hallahan, Johns, followed by the Footscray City sculler Thomas Doherty, coached by Peter McSweeney. And then the Essendon sculler William Drew Finn. Sure happened to the Bensdale sculler, but down to the line, a very, very comfortable victory to Evan Lewis, getting nice long strokes in the water in the under 17 single scull first heat, scoring by about 4 lengths at the finish. Dimbula will get up for second place, and Rory Hallahan Johns. Third position just behind him is Footscray City, Thomas Doherty in third place. Fourth position, St Patrick's College, Angus Murfitt. Those 4 into the final. Essendon coming through in 5th place was William Drew Finn. Doesn't look like Bensdale started in that event, Jack Campbell. Now in the next event, race number 153, we've got a couple of scratchings. Albert Park College on lane 4, Clancy Herrick Harvey, and lane 7, St Patrick's College, Ned Bennett. So we're due to have Thomas Gillam from Gippsland Grammar, Essendon, Rhys Davey, St Patrick's College, Paddy O'Brien, lane 6, Albert Park College, Lewin Harridge. And that's it. One to be eliminated. Well, actually, first 2 only through to the final, as we've got 3 heats altogether. First 2 through, so Gippsland Grammar, Evan Lewis, and Dimbula, Rory Hallahan Jones, or Johns, through to the final at 2:45. And lane 2 across the line first there, Thomas Gillum will take out the second heat of the under-17 single scull. Second was Albert Park College, Lewin Harridge on lane 6. Both of those crews into the final at 2:45. In third place, lane 5, St Patrick's College, Paddy O'Brien. And fourth place, lane 3, Essendon, Rhys Davies. The other two scullers on lanes 4 and 7, I should say, were both scratched. So Gippsland Grammar, Thomas Gillum, and Albert Park College, Lewin Harridge moving into the final at 2:45. We will already have Evan Lewis from Gippsland Grammar and Dimbula Rory Hallahan Johns. And the third heat of that event's coming through the 500 metre mark. One of the scullers almost off the course here, Hawthorn Rowing Club, Mohammed Ali nearest the judge on lane 7. Losing a bit of distance there in steering. We've got Ballarat City Xander Borham, coached by Grant McKechnie. Alongside him, the Essendon sculler Gabriel Tozer, coached by Trevor Wilson. And right over on the south station, we've got the Wendouree Ballarat sculler Joachim Henderson, coached by Paul Blanchfield. In third place, in fourth position, St Patrick's College, William Charles, just ahead of the Albert Park College sculler in Ethan Rasias. First and second only into the final at 2:45 from these three heats of the under-17 double scull. And Ballarat City on his home course, Xander Borham, still in the lead here. He's only got about 3/4 of a length, but he's looking over his right shoulder to see that he's got Essendon covered. And right over on the south station, Wendouree Ballarat, Joachim Henderson trying valiantly to get that second position in the final, but the Ballarat City sculler Xander Borham on his home course, coached by Grant McKechnie, across the line, 3/4 of a length clear over the Essendon sculler in second place, a length and a quarter back to the sculler from Wendouree Ballarat in third place, followed by lane 4 coming under the judges' box, St Patrick's College, William Charles. Then follows Albert Park on lane 3 in fifth place. And the Hawthorn sculler right underneath the judges' box. Maybe came in fifth, just ahead of Albert Park College in sixth place. But Ballarat from that heat, Xander Borham from Ballarat City, and the Essendon sculler Gabriel Tozer into the final at 2:45. Just the first two. So a couple of more heats before we start the finals again. And they're the heats of the C-grade women's single scull, where the first 4 will go through from the 2 heats into the final at 2:55. And in the first heat, there is a scratching from Shepherd and Emily Belcher, coached by Johnny Derbyshire. He's scratched in this event. We had a bit of excitement. Well, Cora, we've got a couple of scullers right up in the lead here. Imogen Tomlinson on lane 6, and lane 7, Evangeline Broad, both coached by Wes Canny and Matthew Bell on the Murray River up there at Corowa. At the moment they're being headed by the sculler from Corio Bay, I think, Stephen Watley. No, and the Gambie sculler, Clodagh McCarthy. She would be in the lead on lane 5, ahead of lane 7, Corowa. Then follows Corowa on lane 6. Quite a gap back then to the scullers battling it out for the minor placings. Footscray City, Claire McHugh, and Corio Bay, Stephanie Watley. Coached by Ian Brigland down there at Geelong. And bringing up the rear is the Albert Park College sculler, Elizabeth Arnett. Still Nagambie in the lead here. The sculler on lane 5, Clodagh McCarthy, in this first heat of the C-grade single scull championship of Victoria. Great to see Nagambie here at the regatta today, and this girl's looking pretty good in the C-grade single scull, coming down about 3 or 4 lengths clear over the Corowa sculler, Evangeline Broad. He's very experienced, and Clodagh McCarthy coming down from the Gambie, Central Victoria, across the line first, scoring by about 5 lengths at the finish. From Corowa on lane 7, Evangeline Broad in second place. Third position also from Corowa will be Imogen Tomlinson, both coached by Wes Canny and Matthew Bell. And almost a line behind her is the 4th place getter, Footscray City, on lane 2, followed by the Corio Bay sculler on lane 3. In 5th place and 6th position at the rear will be Albert Park College. So that was the penultimate event before the finals start again at 1:45, which is just gone, but it's only a few minutes behind starting time now. So the final heat, race 156, is heat 2, the C-grade single scull. Second heat, we've got Barwon on lane 2, Sarah Gertison. Lane 3, Nagambie, Wendy Cotter. Lane 4, Corowa, Madison Pasqualotto. Wonder whether she's a lotto winner. Lane 5, Corio Bay, Lolita Watson, coached by Ian Brigland. Lane 6, Richmond Wan Ling Emtage. And lane 7, Richmond Yingai Hung. Still no start yet in race 156. We can see behind that the 8's lining up, or milling around I should say, getting ready to get going. Conditions seem to have calmed down a bit in the last little while, but still very cool in Ballarat, and about 12-13 degrees today has been the max. Pretty good calm conditions now prevailing on Lake Wendouree for the remaining races today. Still about 45 races to go, and through till 5:50 this afternoon. Masters double scull to conclude the program. Scheduled for 5:50, I think, race 201. We're on race 155 at the moment. So they're coming into line at the 1,000 metre mark for race 156. We're now 20 minutes behind starting time, so I don't think there's much opportunity this afternoon to pick up any time. There are more heats later on in the program after race 173 or 172. There are further heats then before the last series of finals starts at 4:30 through till 5:50 this afternoon. Certainly plenty of Victorian Championships being decided today. And they're often racing in race number 156, second heat of the C grade single scull. Six starters with two to be eliminated from the final. At 2:55, we've got Barwon on the South Station, Sarah Gerritsen. Lane 3, Nagambie, Wendy Cotter. Lane 4, Corowa, Madison Pasqualato, Lotto. Lane 5 is Corio Bay, Lolita Watson, coached by Ian Brigland. Richmond, Wen Lang, Mtage. And 7, Richmond, Yingi Hong. Sculler on the South Station, Sarah Gerritsen, doing quite well from the Barwon Rowing Club. She's probably in the lead from the Nagambie sculler, Wendy Cotter, alongside her. And right over on this side of the course, Yingi Hong, Richmond, followed by the second Richmond sculler, Wen Ling Mtage. And then back to the Corowa sculler, Madison Pasqualotto. And ahead of her is the Corio Bay sculler, Lolita Watson, who I didn't call, but Ian Bregland, one of our Masters rowers down there at Corio Bay, is her coach. But right over on the South Station, it's Barwon in the lead, Sarah Gerritsen from Geelong, Barwon Rowing Club on lane 2. She's out a clear leader now, 4 or 5 lengths clear over Wendy Cotter from Nagambie on lane 3. Back to lane 7, Richmond, Yingi Hong. Corio Bay in 4th place, Lolita Watson. Who's come right over in front of the Richmond sculler, Wanling Mtage. Almost cutting her water off at the moment. Back at the rear of the field is the Corowa sculler, Madison Pasqualotto. Nice long strokes in the water, just cruising down to the line is the C grade single scull second heat leader, which is Sarah Gerritsen on the South Station lane 2. She'd be out about 3 lengths clear over the Nagambie sculler, Wendy Cotter, followed by Richmond Yingi Hong. Then follows Corio Bay, Lolita Watson. Then the second Richmond sculler, Wen Ling Mtage. And bringing up the rear is Corowa. And a good win there to Sarah Gerritsen, Barwon Rowing Club. Scoring by 2.5 lengths at the finish from Wendy Cotter of Nagambie Rowing Club. Further length and a half back to the sculler underneath the Judges Tower, Richmond Rowing Club, Yingi Hong. Fourth place getter will be Corio Bay, Lolita Watson, coached by Ian Brigland. followed by the second Richmond sculler on lane 6, Wen Ling Mtage in 5th place, and Corowa in 6th position. Madison Pasqualotta. So that's my lot for the moment, and for the last time for the 2-day regatta, it's my pleasure to bring back to the microphone Richard Dorstein, who's going to call the next series of races before he dashes off to the airport to pick up his wife. Race 157 is next, the B grade 8. They're milling around at the start at the 1,000 metres for race 157, which is the next event to get underway, and we welcome back to the microphone Richard Dorstein.
Thank you, Roger. As we've just begun in the first of our finals for the afternoon program, there's roughly 15 or so finals to come over the next couple of hours, and a second series of heats. And the last hour and a half of the day, again, we resume finals racing on the second afternoon, the final afternoon of the 2-day regatta here, the 2022 Rowing Victoria State Championship Regatta. And a brief shower or two of rain not too long ago when I was outside walking around the course, but it does appear to have cleared now, so conditions again pretty good here for racing, especially for these male B grade 8s currently on the course in race 157, the 4-boat final it should be of this race, with one crew, I think, being the Damascus College combination, a little bit separated from the other 3 in the race. They are right across in lane 8, the Damascus crew, but possibly not showing up on the live streaming screen, but I can tell you they are there, but they are a couple lanes across from their allocated starting point on lane 6. So it is a field of 4. Lane 3, the crew from Gippsland Grammar. Lane 4 is the Melbourne Argonauts. Lane 5, and our race leaders, I would think, the crew from the Richmond Rowing Club, and lane 6 is Damascus College in lane, notionally lane 6, but they are right up against the boys on the edge of lane 8, in fact, at the moment, the Damascus crew. So well and truly out of the picture, and unfortunately I'd suspect also out of the medals here as the only Ballarat crew in this male B grade 8, but the Richmond crew is our race leader, still by over a length, it would appear, from Gippsland Grammar and the Argonauts. Richmond are a C category crew too here, racing in the male B grade 8. So a very good performance from that Richmond crew, who lead here through Pavel Oberon, John Hellerstedt, John Roberts, Michael Gelling, Isaac Palimi, Benjamin Wardle, John Carey, Alan Randall, Derek Begg is the cox. Will Golding, the coach of the Richmond crew. The challenge late coming from Gippsland Grammar over in lane 3. That's Regan Farley, Thomas Gillam, Curtis Wilmot, Cameron Rule, Anthony Smith, Billy Osborne, Lindsay Hamilton, Matthew Thompson and Kayla Young, but still the best part of a length between those two crews. So it will be Richmond taking out the first medal here of the afternoon program in the male B grade 8. Just a couple of strokes to go and they will be across for the win. So it is Richmond first. Gibson Grammar will be second. The Melbourne Argonauts will finish in third place and take home a bronze medal from this race. And the Damascus College crew, who've straightened up well, running down lane 8. They're only a few strokes away from the line as well. They will finish in fourth place, the crew from Damascus College of Ballarat. So it's a win to Richmond Rowing Club in race 157, the final of the male B grade 8. Second to Gibson Grammar and third the Melbourne Argonauts. And reminder to those medalists to head straight to the presentation pontoon, where our medal presenters from Rowing Victoria are waiting to hand over the medals for this and all upcoming finals over the next couple of hours of the regatta program. So Richmond Rowing Club take out race 157 and underway already as well in race 158. This is two finals in one here, as we've seen a few times over the course of the regatta, a combined event, two different boat classes, but here it must be noted the sole entrant in the B grade Cox 4 is the Carrum crew, who are racing in lane 1. And then three coxed 8s in the race, C grade 8s as well, racing against the B grade 4. Certainly been an interesting speed challenge for this 4 from Carrum, but the 3 8s in the race, lane 3 Corowa, lane 4 Ballarat High, and lane 5 is Y Rowing. And those 3 8s still pretty much in formation as they come through the halfway mark of this race, 500 metres already travelled. And the Carrum 4 haven't given away too much of a margin to these 8s either at this stage. Of the 3 8s, probably Ballarat High in the centre lane doing the best. That's Lily Webb, Hayley Carnes, Isabel Ross, Keely Abbott, Stella Edmonston, Mackenzie Kopke-Veldhuis, Emily Coots, Alira May, and Michaela Scanlon, that crew coached by Olivia Spagnolo. The Ballarat High combination, who look to have taken probably now the best part of a length it would be on the Corowa Rowing Club crew combination in second position. Clancy Tomlinson, Elizabeth Sandow, Tamazin Birch, Tierney Hamilton, Julie Underwood, Bella Haney, Emily Tidd, Abby Richards, Adeline Holland, and the coaches, as always, of the Corowa crews, Wes Kenny and Matthew Bell. And they would sit trailing our 4 from Carrum, of course, 2 on the southern side of the course. So the Carrum crew of Sarah Hayward, Jess Fishman, Kelly James, Morgan Dunham and Estella Rios, coached by Drew Holman. Well, they're guaranteed the gold medal in the B Cox 4 as the only entrant in that race, but certainly a good chance to test themselves out here against these 3 C grade 8s. Ballarat High certainly have the advantage over the 4, but they may well be sitting in second place overall on the water at this stage. Very close certainly with that Corowa crew, who are looking set to take the silver medal in the C category 8, and the other crew in the race is the Y rowing combination, back in 4th place on the water. That's Alison Patton, Naomi Oakhurst, Jan Naylor, Louise Honman, Georgina Cook, Irina Benjamin, AJ Deprez, Helen Stimpson and Kirsten Dewitt-Eccles, the cox of that crew. So here comes Ballarat High, only about 60 metres away from the finish. They will claim the gold medal in the C8 final. The C Coxed 8 Championship of Victoria will go the way of Ballarat High, and they'll get across the line about 2.5 lengths away from the other 8s in the race, but probably just about 1.5 lengths from that 4 from Carrum, who's done a very good job over in lane 1. They'll be second across the line, and they will also take the gold medal in the B Cox 4 category. So a good race from Carrum there on the spectator side of the course. Next time will be the Corowa 8s, who will finish third overall, but they'll be silver medalists in the C Cox 8, and they beat home the crew from Y Rowing here on lane 5, about to finish to complete 2 races in one in race 158. So Ballarat High take out the category C Cox 8, or the C grade 8, and it is Carrum who take out the B grade Cox 4. Racing continuing in a quick succession here as we to up a little bit of time in the program. The 150 race, in fact the 155 race is the one currently on the course, already halfway through, so not too far away at all from the scheduled start time that race. Just the 3 crews in this, the male A-grade coxed 4, 2 crews from Mercantile, and in the centre of the course is a crew from St Patrick's of Ballarat. So 1 school crew, 2 club crews, all racing in pretty close confines to Mercantile Lane 3 would be the race leaders. That's Hamish Roberts, Lachlan Wilmot, Jake Polkinghorn, Harry Ahmad and Aaron McCarthy, coached by Al Matthews, with about a length that would look to be at this stage with under 250 now to race on St Patrick's in second. Nathan Ling, William Hexter, Thomas Elliott, Tom Foley and Isaac Martin. And then the second Mercantile crew sitting in third place is the Lane 5 combination, Edward Finlay, Jack Ivers, Jack Guy, Osmond Willison and Theodore Herbst, again coached by Al Matthews. So it'll be Mercantile first and third, I'd suggest, unless St Patrick's can upset them in the closing strokes. They're having a good go in the race for the gold medal. It'll be gold and silver only in this 3-boat race, I would think. So Mercantile also, Lane 5, looking to sneak up into second place and maybe secure a spot on the podium. But Mercantile Lane 3 will be good enough to hold on for the win, and St Patrick's are closing late but can only get within a length. So it will be Mercantile first, St Patrick's second, and Mercantile Lane 5 narrowly miss out, probably 3/4 of a length away in third place. But it is Mercantile Lane 3, the Harry Ahmad stroke crew, who take the title in the male A-grade coxed 4. They win race 159. So Mercantile Lane 3 from St Patrick's, and then Mercantile Lane 5, the 3 crews in that race. We should have a full field of 8 here in our next final, the final of the male C-grade coxed quad scull. This is race 160 of 201 in total at the 2022 Victorian State Championship Regatta. So by my maths, on that basis, we are 4/5 of the way through the regatta as we wait for race 160 to commence, or I guess more mathematically correctly, will be that way after this race has run its course. But in any case, we're heading into the final stages of racing here in the second afternoon at Lake Wendouree. Conditions at the start there do look to be a little bit better than they were earlier in the day. We've had a few reports from the athletes on the water of the start being quite challenging, and it is always the case here where the 1,000-metre section is one of the more exposed parts of the course, especially with this breeze coming across from, well, I think predominantly from the south, if my directions are correct, so pushing largely across the course at the widest part of the lake there with no protection from the weeds where the 1,000-metre start is located. So plenty of work required by our officials and the athletes to manoeuvre 8 boats into position, but they are doing exactly that now. And the good news for the rowers is as they go away from the 1,000-metre start and head into the second half of the course, the conditions do certainly improve, and they're very calm down here near the finish line at the moment. So still very, very good conditions for rowing, as we've seen right over the course of this weekend. So field of 8 for race 160, the male C-grade coxed quad scull, a good representation from Damascus College of Ballarat. 3 crews in this race, lanes 1, 3 and 4. Essendon have a crew in lane 2, Corowa lane 5, Richmond in 6, listed as Richmond number 1, but just the one Richmond crew at least in this final. Hawthorn lane 7, and the Melbourne Argonauts are there in lane 8 as well. So they were listed as, although it did appear to me to be the Hawthorn crew there closest to the camera, so we may not have the Argonauts crew in this race. Hawthorn, Richmond, Corowa, all certainly present. See at least one crew from Damascus College. And Essendon there towards the southern side of the course. So it looks like it's a field of 6 now in this race, as they've come through the first couple of 100 metres. Certainly does seem to be Essendon racing just on their own there in what is effectively lane 2 through the first couple of 100 metres. Back over towards the northern side where the finish tower is located. You can see Corowa have certainly got away to a pretty speedy start. It's the Corowa crew of Eric Hogan, Lockie Hogan, Brodie Julian, Liam Fitzgerald and Harvey McFarlane there, racing in lane... notionally in lane 5, but it does appear they're actually in lane 6, alongside certainly Richmond, and Hawthorn are there as well. And looks like only 2 of the 3 Damascus College crews that were listed have begun this race. We'll probably have to wait until they get a bit closer to see which the bound numbers are on those crews, but likely the lane 3 and lane 4 combination, I would suspect, from their positioning on the course, alongside there what looks to be our race leaders from Corowa, and then Richmond next to them as well. So the race for the medals well and truly on here in the male C-grade coxed quad scull, and the Corowa crew certainly have the ascendancy of the boats on either side of them. Right across on the southern side of the course, we should keep an eye on the crew from Essendon. Xavier Cox, Rhys Davey, William Drew Finn, Kai Blythe and James Drew Finn, the crew coached by Trevor Wilson. And Essendon certainly would lead the Damascus boat nearest to them. I would think that Richmond is still very much in a medal spot here, maybe third, but that's Redmond Skelton, Lee McKee, Alexander Pupko, Richard Healy and Karen Howard, coached by Will Golding. Richmond in a good race with what would be, I think, the first of the couple of Damascus crews, so probably lane 4 Damascus that would be. Connell Sear, Jude Kerr, Mason Truan, Joachim Henderson and Ruby Lane, the Cox, coached by Robert Davis. So our medalists likely to come from those 4 crews, I would suggest. Essendon pretty much racing on their own there in lane 2 with a couple of vacant lanes either side of them. The second crew from Damascus College looks to be the lane 3 combination, back about 5th at this stage, and also Hawthorn in lane, well, numbered as lane 7, actually racing in lane 8, closest here to the judges' tower, and look to be just outside the medals as well. But the Corowa Rowing Club from the extreme south of New South Wales, just across the Murray River, which of course forms the border between Victoria and New South Wales. They've had a successful Victorian Championships once again, and they're going to add the state title here. In the male C-grade Cox Quad Scull, they have a lead of several boat lengths over a really good race for the minor medals coming up as Essendon fly home and might sneak into second, but Corowa will get the win. The lane 5 crew wins it for the Corowa Rowing Club. It'll be either Essendon or Richmond for silver and bronze, and Richmond will just get up in lane 6. So Richmond second, and just holding on, Essendon take the bronze. 4th goes to Damascus. That is the lane 4 crew, as suspected, from Damascus in 4th. 5th place will be the crew from Hawthorn underneath us here in lane 7, and then Damascus lane 3 will finish in 6th position. So that's the 6 crews home, just the 6 boats competing, it appears, in the final of the male C-grade Cox quad scull, and a good win, a commanding win there to the crew from the Corowa Rowing Club. From the male C-grade coxed quad scull, we go to the female A-grade coxed quad scull, and again, at least on the program, a big field of boats, and it does look like we have all 7 crews listed and on their way again from the 1,000-metre start. Banks in lane 1, Corio Bay in 2, Mercantile lane 3, Gibson Grammar in 4, Richmond in 5, Yarra Yarra in 6, and Banks again in lane 7. So Banks have the only club with 2 crews in the race, bookending the field on either side of the course. And 5 different clubs. 4 clubs in a school, in fact, with Gibson Grammar there in the centre lane. So between the 2 crews from Banks on opposite sides of the course. And certainly Banks on lane 1 have got away well in this race. Ella Mitch, Charlotte Ashley, Kate Ryan, Charlotte Watts and Zena Marzi, the combination there for the Banks Club. Also Mercantile showing out in the early stages along with Richmond, and probably also Yarra Yarra in lane 6, who've put a bit of a lead back on the second of the Banks crews. The Mercantile lane 3, Laura Bertram, Louise Carr, Kate Duggan, Megan Hester and Roy Zhang, coached by Andrew McNeil. And then Yarra Yarra and Richmond lanes 5 and 6. A good battle too in those lanes side by side, with Gibson Grammar just slightly back in about 5th place. And then we go back to the crews from Corio Bay lane 2 and also Banks in lane 7. So just past half distance already in this female A-grade Cox Quad Scull, and it's developing into a very good race at the head of the field between a number of chances here across the course. Richmond in lane 5, right up alongside Yarra Yarra. Gibson Grammar there just off the pace, being set by Mercantile, and also still on the southern side of the course, the crew from the Banks Rowing Club, who looked to be in the lead early, might have dropped back a couple of places now. I think the crews in the centre lane starting to come through strongly, certainly in the third 250 of this race. As they come up now with about 350 to race, it is a very good race between probably Richmond just from Yarra Yarra. Gibson Grammar might have just slipped past the crew from Mercantile there as well, and still Banks on the southern side, who sit probably in 5th place but would only be a couple of lengths away from the lead. Also Banks lane 7 sitting up in probably getting too close, in fact, to the 2 Banks crews in a fairly good line despite being on opposite sides of the course. And then Corio Bay back in 7th place. But they come inside the business end of the race now, and it's still a good race. In about 4 for the medals here. Some work to do for Mercantile in 4th place, and also Banks lane 2 as they look to chase hard. It's Richmond in front by a narrow margin from Yarra Yarra and Gibson Grammar, who've come through strongly also in the centre of the course. The 3 crews here in the middle lanes going for the line and going for the medals. And the female A-grade Cox Quad Scull, it's Richmond just holding off Gibson Grammar, who are trying to reel them in late. Yarra Yarra and there as well, the crew from Mercantile battling with Banks on the southern side of the course, but probably racing for 4th and 5th. It is Richmond from Gibson Grammar and Yarra Yarra as they hit the line. The female A-grade Cox Quad Scull, Richmond get the win, and Gibson Grammar just will hold on for the silver medal ahead of Yarra Yarra in 3rd. Sight for 4th and 5th as well, maybe just Banks on the far side then Mercantile as they came across lane 7. Banks have just got across the line in 6th place, and 7th will go to the crew from Corio Bay. But it's Richmond who take the win in the female A-grade coxed quad scull. Zoe Maxwell, Karen Doggett, Michelle Joy, Kate Dyball and Chelsea Krauser, the Victorian champions in the female A-grade coxed quad scull. It's now the female under 17 coxed quad scull. Race 162 is on the course, and again we have almost all the lanes occupied. There might be just the 7 crews. It's like lane 5, which was listed as Ballarat Grammar, not currently on the course. Corowa lane 6 are there, and is Gibson Grammar lane 4. So it is the Ballarat Grammar crew that's not here. The other 7 well and truly on their way. Lane 1, Albert Park College. Lanes 2 and 3, both from Hamilton and Alexandra College. Lane 4, the crew from Gibson Grammar, who look to be our race leaders, and then empty lane 5. Then across to Corowa in 6, Wendouree Ballarat in 7, and Damascus College in lane 8. But certainly it is the Gibson Grammar combination who lead this race here. Zaharos Beatty, Talia Oates, Jessica Norman, Ruby Lindray and Ivy Johnson, the cocks of that crew from Gibson Grammar in sail. So Gibson Grammar still holding on here, although they're coming at them hard in the lanes on the far side of the course now. Albert Park College in 1, and the first of 2 crews from Hamilton and Alexandra. I think Gibson Grammar have just steered a little bit off their lane now, and might have to correct quickly if they're to hold on here to what looked like a pretty comfortable medal, and now going to have to work hard over the closing stages. And certainly Albert Park College on lane 1 looking good here. Isabella Flood, Saskia Payne, Ella Kiposki, Emma Chambers-Smith and Luca Hook, the crew coached by Virginia Lee. And then also Corowa at lane 6, Mia Tan, Emily Newen, Raya Bramanen, Elizabeth Robson and Natalie Newen, the crew there from Corowa. But it is certainly Albert Park College who have got themselves narrowly in front now as Gibson Grammar gamely struggle on. They're certainly still in silver medal position ahead, probably of Hamilton and Alexandra lane 2, but it'll be Albert Park College over in lane 1 with a couple of strokes to go. They are clear by about 2/3 of a length, and they will take the win in the female under 17 cox quad scull. Albert Park College first. Second place goes to the crew from Gibson Grammar, and third will be Hamilton and Alexandra lane 2, the crew of Jemima Ross, Surian Kim, Sophie Merrin, Ava Mould and Minnie Walker. They're taking a bronze medal. Fourth place then is Corowa on lane 6. Fifth will go to the Damascus combination racing in lane 8. Close for 6th and 7th. It looks like Wendouree Ballarat will finish 6th, and the second of the Hamilton and Alexandra crews finish in 7th place. And just the 7 crews in the field in the female under 17 coxed quad scull, and it's Albert Park College who get the win. Isabella Flood, Saskia Payne, Ella Kiposki, Emma Chambers-Smith and Luca Hook, crew coached by Virginia Lee at the Albert Park College in Melbourne. quickly following that race down the course is race 163, the final of the male C-grade pair. 2 pairs from Hawthorn in this race, and they are 2 in the middle lane, and they are the 2 currently sitting first and second ahead of the bright colours of Carrum. And the other crew in the race, it did look like Hawthorn too, but it is Barwon. In fact, it's not. They've got very similar combinations, the Hawthorn and Barwon crews, but Barwon lane 6 are actually up in second place. The second of the Hawthorn pairs has come right across the course to lane 8. So it is in fact Hawthorn from Barwon, from Carrum, from Hawthorn again back in 4th place. So there's been a bit of switching of lanes that take place as these pairs make their way down the course. The leader is lane 4. That is Hawthorn, Robert Flokus and George Keon Cohen, and they are being chased by the lane 6 combination from the Barwon Rowing Club, the thinner horizontal strikes of the Barwon Rowing Club, as opposed to the Hawthorn colours in the boat next to them. There'd be less than a length between these two as well. So Barwon, Christopher Bishop and Ludo Campbell-Reid trying to reel in our race leaders from Hawthorn, Robert Flokus and George Keon Cohen, ahead then of Simon Coker and Stuart Gilbert of Carrum across in lane 3, who looks set to take out the bronze medal. So Hawthorn holding off Barwon. They've still got almost exactly a length lead with a couple of strokes to go. So that will be enough for the crew from the Hawthorn Rowing Club. They're across and they take the win on lane 4. So it is Robert Flokus and George Keon Cohen who take out the male C-grade pair championship of Victoria. Second place will go to Barwon, Christopher Bishop and Ludo Campbell-Reid. And third now, the bronze medal to Carrum, Simon Coker and Stuart Gilbert on lane 3. That crew coached by Drew Holman, and 4th will be the second of the Hawthorn doubles. That's Matthew Beale and Edward Anstey in that pair, who have come a couple of lanes across from their allocated lane 5, and they will finish in the shadows here of the Judges' Tower in lane 8, but they will complete the race and they will finish in 4th position in the male C-grade pair. And their clubmates from Hawthorn, Robert Flokus and George Keon Cohen, will take the gold medals in that race. This is the final now of the male A-grade double scull race 164 as the boats do start to emerge from the gloom that seems to have set in over the 1,000-metre start in the farthest parts of the course, but they're well inside the second 500 metres now, this field of 7 in this race. The male A-grade double scull final. It was Banks on the inside lane, then Ballarat City. In the centre lanes, it's Corio Bay in 3, Ballarat City in 4, Gippsland Grammar in 5. Those two crews battling, I think, for the race lead here. Essendon lane 6 and Gippsland Grammar again almost off the course in lane, starting in lane 7, but again, as we saw in the previous race, ending up almost out of lane 8. So it's the centre lanes to watch here. Ballarat City, William Gilbert and William McKechnie, who probably have a narrow advantage from Gippsland Grammar, Lindsay Hamilton and Billy Osborne. Those two very much side by side in those centre lanes, and they put a bit of a gap back on the rest of the field now as well. Third place, looking probably for a bronze medal, Corio Bay, Xavier Hall-Sullivan and Lee Hall-Sullivan running together in that Corio Bay double, and they'd be certainly in third place out of Banks, Angus McLaughlin and James Newcomb. But the race here between Gippsland Grammar in 5 and Ballarat City in lane 4 looks like it will come all the way down to the finish line as they're inside the final 100 metres, and Gippsland Grammar have had to lift. Ballarat City have gone for home here on their home waters. The two crews also getting quite close together in the centre of the course. It is Ballarat City just edging out Gippsland Grammar, who are coming late. They are surging Gippsland Grammar. They might have got it. They may have pinched that late, Gippsland Grammar. What a finish in the male A-grade double scull. Let's call that a photo for now and see what our officials have determined. Third place will certainly go to the Hall-Sullivans from Corio Bay. They'll get the bronze medal. Fourth and fifth will be pretty tight too on opposite sides of the course, and it's either lane 7 or it's lane 1, Banks and Gippsland Grammar. And lane 6, I think, will take 6th place. That's the crew from Essendon. 7th will go to lane 2, Ballarat City. But very close there in the final strokes between Gippsland Grammar and Ballarat City. I reckon Ballarat City were in front with about 990 metres road, but we will wait and see who was in front as they went across the finish line. And the verdict has gone the way of Gippsland Grammar in race 164. Gippsland Grammar narrowly take out the male A-grade double scull. So congratulations, Lindsay Hamilton and Billy Osborne. A great finish there alongside William Gilbert and William McKechnie of Ballarat City. And it all came down to the very last stroke. I don't have the official margin yet, but confirmation from the judges. It's 5, 4 and 3, the numbers in race 164. Gippsland Grammar from Ballarat City and Corio Bay. A great race, 164. The male A-grade double scull won by Lindsay Hamilton and Billy Osborne of Gippsland Grammar. And the official margin through in that race too, just 0.07 of a second, would you believe, between Gippsland Grammar and Ballarat City. 0.07 from first to second. Gippsland Grammar over Ballarat City. I think that might be the closest margin of the regatta so far. It'll be a tough one to beat, but getting very close to dead heat territory. But it was a discernible margin to Gippsland Grammar in favour of Ballarat City. So a great win there and a great finish by those two crews. As we look back down the course after that, it'll be a tough act to follow. Race 165, the female A-grade pair with a couple of scratchings in this race. Certainly lane 3 is vacant and one other crew missing too. I think only 2 crews from Mercantile. There were 3 listed, but Carrum lead the race here. Angelique Everett and Jackie Deeble, the race leaders for Carrum, and they have probably only a narrow margin once again. This is where it started to get interesting. The previous race between Ballarat City and Gippsland Grammar. Now it's Carrum and Mercantile. I think that'd be Mercantile, Henrietta Patterson and Xanthi Hadfield there in lane 4. But and they are coming at our race leaders from Carrum here as well. So Carrum and Mercantile very close together in the closing stages once again. Surely it's not going to be as close as the last race, but the Mercantile crew is asking all the questions of Carrum here as they head towards the finish line. They are inside the final 100 metres. Still looks to be Carrum narrowly just, but Mercantile may be moving a little bit quicker, a little bit more smoothly than the Carrum combination, with only now 3 or 4 strokes to go. It is Carrum and Mercantile heading for the finish here in the female A-grade pair. Still Carrum maybe just in front. They hit it. It's a photo again. Unbelievable. Carrum or Mercantile. It was certainly, again, Carrum who led until deep into that one, and they may have hung on, but again, we will let the judges confirm the result there. Carrum and Mercantile in the female A-grade pair. Third place, the bronze medal, will certainly go to Banks, Emma Radmanik and Constance Kalfas. And then it will be Mercantile again, lane 6, the second of their 2 crews in this race. Bridget Somerville and Cleo Nash there, who will finish in 4th place. And I think it's no appearance from the third of the listed Mercantile crews, lane 7. So we await, once again, official results. The female A-grade pair there, very close between Carrum and Mercantile. So the second photo finish in a row, and it's ended up with the same result. It is lane 5 from lane 4. So Carrum, the winners of the female A-grade pair. Congratulations to Angelique Everett and Jackie Deeble, the winners narrowly of that race. And second place, the silver medal, will go to Mercantile, Henrietta Patterson and Xanthi Hadfield. So Carrum from Mercantile, Banks the bronze, and Mercantile lane 6 in 4th place. But 2 great finishes in a row to conclude the male A-grade double scull. And now the female A-grade pair, and confirmation that Carrum, the narrow winners there, ahead of the lane 4 combination from Mercantile. And as the numbers come through in that race too, it wasn't even really close compared to the previous race. It was just 0.07 of a second in the previous race where Gippsland Grammar edged out Ballarat City. This time it was 1/3 of a second, 0.34, between Carrum lane 5 and Mercantile lane 4. So a tight win nevertheless to Carrum over Mercantile, but 0.34 of a second there winning margin. And as always, if you want to see the official results as soon as they come through, and they already have for that race just completed, head to the Rowing Manager section of the Rowing Victoria website, and you can go through all the numbers to your heart's content for all the racing so far yesterday and today at the 2022 Victorian State Championship Regatta. Now, race 166 is nearing its conclusion too. A full field of 8 double sculls here, so let's see what sort of finish this race can produce. Doesn't look quite as tight at this stage, but we'll wait and see. The last two have got interesting only in the last couple of 100 metres, but it's Melbourne Rowing Club who lead this race with a very well-credentialed combination of Bayer Klein van Mullicum and Tanya Nishabata in lane 5, and they would have a comfortable lead. I'd say it's clear water on Wendouree Ballarat in second place. That's Rebecca Gribble and Leanne Martin there, sitting currently in at least silver medal position. And then for bronze, it's probably tight between two crews from Richmond. In fact, they've been drawn into lanes side by side. Lily Innes Irons and Chelsea Krauser in lane 4. Helen Pearce and Kirsty Fergie in lane 3 are the two contending for the bronze medal, which you think would go the way of the Richmond Rowing Club. Just not yet sure which combination it will be. And also in there, Albert Park, South Melbourne, Lisa Lettick and Marie-Cecile Lacoste. So they're the top 5 as they head towards the line. I don't think we're going to need the photo finish equipment this time around, because it is once again Bayer Klein van Mullicum and Tanya Nishabata of the Melbourne Rowing Club who will take out the win on lane 5 in the female B-grade double scull by about 2.5 lengths from lane 6 who'll finish second. That's the local combination from Wendouree Ballarat, Rebecca Gribble and Leanne Martin. And the battle of the Richmond doubles is won by lane 3. Helen Pearce and Kirsty Fergie, they'll get the bronze medal. 4th place also goes to Richmond on lane 4. 5th then is the double from Albert Park, South Melbourne. And then it's going to be lane 1, I think, next time. Essendon, Zoe De Silva Aberwicken and Alessia Mazziero. They will finish in 6th place. 7th will go to Corio Bay here down below the Judges Tower. And 8th place, the combination from Bairnsdale, Lynn Broad and Lily Rose Hall-Kraus. Broad also the coach of Lily Rose Hall-Kraus and rowing with her here in this double scull as well. The female B-grade double scull. So Bairnsdale across the line and all 8 are across, and it's the Melbourne Rowing Club who take the Victorian title here. Bayer Klein van Mullicum and Tanya Nishabata, the winners on lane 5. So the start of the female under 17 double scull has taken place, and we should have 8 double sculls on their way down the course. Certainly, as is clear both on the screen and out the window, conditions have deteriorated a little at the course at the moment. It's certainly cold as we brave the few steps outside the commentary box from time to time to see what's happening in the real world outside, and then rapidly rush back in and close the door. But it is about a 300 or 400 metres covered already from these crews in the female under 17 double scull. It does look like we may have, I can see 7 crews clearly at the moment, so I'm not sure if there is one either well back in the field or one crew missing from the race, but there's the field at least. Damascus listed as lane 1, Ballarat Grammar in 2, Corio Bay in 3, Bairnsdale in 4, Yarra Yarra Sydney Composite Crew in lane 5, Corowa Anglican Girls School in lane 6, Corowa the Rowing Club from New South Wales in lane 7, and Gippsland Grammar in lane 8. The full field there. Pretty sure both the Corowas are present along with Gippsland Grammar. Bairnsdale lane 4, so I think lane 5 is the vacant lane, which was the two-state composite crew, Neve Tierney of Sydney Rowing Club and Raya Werner of Yarra Yarra. Don't look to be in this race. And also Damascus, Lillian Leonard and Tara Orchard over on the southern side are well back in the field. So they are competing but likely to finish in 7th place. So 6 doubles remain to determine our medalists. Ballarat Grammar lane 2, Eloise Adam and India Ross are in a good race with right across on the other side of the course. Corowa lane 7, Anastasia McFarlane and Adelaide Robb there. That is, again, as it so often seems to be the case, the Corowa's drawn side by side. So Corowa the Rowing Club in lane 7 and contending for the lead. Corowa the School in lane 6, back in about 5th place. I would think, or maybe even 6th, in fact, for the Corowa combination. Gippsland Grammar, I think, a 5th, Anastasia Buhugia and Zoe Hornline. So it's Corowa, lane 7, McFarlane and Robb, and then on the other side of the course, Ballarat Grammar, Adam and Ross. And then in the centre lanes, the race probably for the bronze medal is Bairnsdale, Alex Hamilton and Jessica Norman. And beside them, that should be Corio Bay, Lily Petruni and Stella Benson. So you'd expect our medalists to come from those 4 crews. Corio Bay trailing Bairnsdale by a length or so at this stage, and it looks as if it is Corowa who might have a narrow edge on the Ballarat Grammar combination. Over on lane 2, they'll get plenty of support here, Ballarat Grammar, as they come past the spectator tents, and we'll see if they can wind up and get their boat past that of the Corowa Rowing Club in lane 7. So Corowa just holding the edge still on Ballarat Grammar. Only a couple of strokes to go, and it will be another Victorian title going the way of the Corowa Rowing Club and heading back up across the Murray tonight. Corowa first, Anastasia McFarlane and Adelaide Robb. 2nd place goes to Ballarat Grammar. A great race from Eloise Adam and India Ross. 3rd goes to lane 4 and is the Bairnsdale crew. And then Corio Bay will finish in 4th place. 5th will go to Gippsland Grammar here on lane 8. Next time will be the Corowa Anglican Girls School, lane 6. They'll finish in 6th place, and 7th over on the far side of the course, the crew from Damascus, Lillian Leonard and Tara Orchard. Still a few strokes to go for them to complete the course. Good work by Damascus College here, finishing off this race. Just a couple of strokes to go now, and they're across the line on the next one in the female under 17 double scull final. So Damascus have completed the field, and the race won there in very good style by Corowa's Anastasia McFarlane and Adelaide Robb, racing on lane 7. So that is race 167. Race 168 is on the course. Race 169 also at the start at the moment, but the race we're currently watching heading down towards us here in the finish is just the 3-boat race in the female under 15 double scull with a field of 3. Corowa again there in lane 3. Sienna McFarlane and Summers Hogan. Barwon lane 4, Aurora Shields and Isabel Brahout. And a composite crew in lane 5, Mia Woodburn from Wendouree Ballarat and Kate McNeil of Mercantile, who look to be sitting in opposite order to the advertised program. It's certainly the Mercantile colours in the bow seat of Kate McNeil, and Mia Woodburn of Wendouree Ballarat looks to be stroking this double scull, and they're doing a pretty comfortable job here too, that composite crew. They lead this under 15 double scull by around about 3 boat lengths from Corowa on the other side of the course. So Sienna McFarlane and Summers Hogan look to add at least another silver medal to the impressive haul that Corowa will have to take home with them. We were debating just before which crew or which club has the longest trip home here from Ballarat, and certainly Corowa are a pretty strong contender, as they've almost got to drive, I think, back in towards Melbourne and then back out the other way to make it back across the Murray. So quite a trip home for Corowa tonight, and it'll be a good journey, but with a few medals to take with them. But it's also been a good regatta here for Mercantile, and along with Wendouree Ballarat, they will take the gold here in the female under 15 double scull. The Mercantile composite crew, Mia Woodburn and Kate McNeil, win the female under 15 double scull. A very strong and commanding performance from them on lane 5. Second place to Corowa, Sienna McFarlane and Summers Hogan. It'll be the silver medal for them. And then third place will be the Barwon combination, Aurora Shields and Isabel Brahout will finish third for Barwon in the female under 15 double scull as they come across the line the next couple of strokes. But congratulations to Mia Woodburn and Kate McNeil there, the female under 15 double scull champions of Victoria from race 168, and we go straight to race 169, which has about 300 metres to race, and a full set of single scullers here. The male B-grade single scull, it is being led, it would seem, by lane 3 at this stage. A couple of Corio Bay scullers there, in fact, David Kelly and also Charles Radin there from the Corio Bay Club, who are together in lanes of 4 and 3. In fact, the 2 Corio Bay scullers look likely to Cornell the medals here, being chased by Yarra Yarra's Nick Inglis, also in the centre of the course. And those 3 have gone well clear of the rest. Karam's Adrian Rogazinski is probably 4th. And then Alex Wilcox, Patrick Wellham, Regan Farley and Alistair Williamson in the race as well. But it's a battle of the 2 Corio Bay scullers. Charles Redon lane 4, David Kelly lane 3. There's probably half a length or so between them, and I think that Charles Redon is just extending on the run to the line now. He's suddenly gone out by a length or more, and he is really pulling away late. So a strong finish by the lane 4 sculler from Corio Bay. Charles Redon will take out the male B-grade single scull by a couple of lengths in the end. What looked like it'd be a close finish with David Kelly, but it is Corio Bay 1 and 2, and Yarra Yarra Nick Inglis finish in third place. They are the medalists in the male B-grade single scull. A few lengths back into a good race for the rest of the places. The Karam sculler looking to hold on to 4th place here on lane 6. Adrian Rogazinski will be across in 4th place. 5th will go to lane 2, Alex Wilcox of Powerhouse. Then Regan Farley of Gibson Grammar. It'll be Melbourne's Patrick Wellham in 7th, and Alistair Williamson from the Melbourne Argonauts in 8th place, but a good win there to Corio Bay, who take the gold and silver medals. Charles Redon and David Kelly 1st and 2nd, with Nick Inglis 3rd from Yarra Yarra in the male B-grade single scull final. We're right back on schedule now as well, because race 170 is underway. This was the 250 race, so it's already past half distance. So again, good work from our officials and athletes at the start, especially in some fairly gloomy conditions over the past half an hour or so, to get away a lot of races in quick succession. So the 250 race is on the course, a 6-boat final in the male under 17 single scull. It is Dambulla's, Rory, Hallen and Johns in lane 2, Xander Borum of Ballarat City in 3. Lane 4 and 5, 2 scullers from Gibson Grammar, and they're probably in the top 2 spots here, Evan Lewis and Thomas Gillam. And then it's Lewin Harridge of Albert Park College, lane 6, and Gabriel Tozer of Essendon in 7. But we saw Corio Bay Quinella in the previous race. There's every chance there'll be a Gippsland Grammar Quinella in this race as well. This is another of the schools with a fair trip home at the end of the day is Gippsland Grammar, but they'll have some more medals to add with them. We've also unfortunately had a sculler in the water here. It looks like the Albert Park College sculler who has come unstuck in the late stage of this race, and hopefully the Essendon sculler has seen him in the water. These two boats getting dangerously close together, and our officials coming across to assist there with the Essendon sculler as well. But it continues on, and it's side by side, these two scullers from Gippsland Grammar. Thomas Gillum, lane 5, Evan Lewis, lane 4. Xander Borum looks to be in the bronze medal position for Ballarat City, but it is Thomas Gillum just holding off Evan Lewis at this stage by probably about 2/3 of a length. Evan Lewis trying to lift late, but unable to respond to the challenge of Thomas Gillum, who'll get across for the win by just over a length in the end. So a strong finish from lane 5 there. Gippsland Grammar first, Thomas Gillum the gold medal, Evan Lewis will get the silver for Gippsland Grammar, and the red boat of Ballarat City will take the bronze. Xander Borum there, coached by Grant McKechnie, will finish in 3rd place. 4th goes to the Dimboola sculler, Rory Hallinan-Johns, and 5th to Gabriel Tozer of Essendon, who had to divert his course there at one point to avoid the Albert Park sculler, but I don't think it affected his medal prospects at that stage of the race. So Essendon Gabriel Tozer, coached by Trevor Wilson, will finish in 5th position. And very good work by Lewin Harridge of Albert Park College, who is back in his boat. That was a very quick recovery. He wasted no time at all, got back in without any assistance, it appears, even from the officials, and is on his way to the finish line. So good work here by Lewin Harridge of Albert Park College, determined to finish the race. He was probably sitting, I think, in 4th or 5th place at the time of the capsize, but he has done a very good job to get back in his boat, which is one of the first things we were taught to do in a single scull, was how to get back in on your own. He's done exactly that, and Lewin Harridge finishes in 6th place in the male under-17 single scull final. So a good race from him, but a good win to Thomas Gillum of Gippsland Grammar. He takes out the male under-17 single scull, and there'll be 2 rowers from Gippsland Grammar on the podium for that presentation to come shortly. Just a further reminder of the lost property that is still sitting up here in the Judges Tower. We've got enough glasses pretty much to open an optometry shop before too long, but at least 2 pairs of reading glasses have been handed in. One was lost yesterday, so I'm not sure if the owner is still around, but a second set came in today, which Roger's described in great detail previously. But I'd call it a Somerville House green around the rims of these glasses, if that makes sense to anyone in this part of the world, but a bright green rimmed set of reading glasses and another darker coloured set from yesterday, and also a piece of silver jewellery, a silver bracelet of some sort, all available for collection in the finish tower. We'd love to give them back to their owners before the end of today. If not, I imagine they'll go into the safe custody of Rowing Victoria to keep in, I'm sure, their ever-expanding collection, but it'd be much easier if anyone who's lost some glasses or a bracelet can come and collect those from the finish tower this afternoon. The male under 15 single scull is the race currently on the course, race 171, with a field of 4. Wendouree Ballarat, lane 3, Corio Bay, lane 4, Shepparton, lane 5, and Essendon, lane 6. It's probably actually a carom green, Roger. I could have used that. It would have made a lot more sense, wouldn't it? Fluoro carom green is a lot more knowledgeable. No, not. Somerville House have rowed at many national regattas over the years, but yeah, it's probably not too well known in this part of the world. But one of the more successful schools in the BSRA rowing program in Queensland, which I know a little bit about, and always rowing in very recognisable fluoro green. But yes, carom green would probably describe it a lot better for the local audience. It is Corio Bay and Shepparton, the leading 2 crews here in the male under 15 single scull. Xander Bailey of Corio Bay, coached by Ian Brigland, and Thomas Nolder of Shepparton alongside him in lane 5. John Derbyshire, the coach there of the Shepparton Sculler. And it was looking quite close there through the middle stages, but it has certainly been Corio Bay, Xander Bailey go for a push here through, looked to be the third quarter of the race, and now into the final section as well. There's been a long procession of very successful scullers coming from Corio Bay right throughout this regatta, and Xander Bailey, another one of those in the youngest category of racing at this Victorian Championship regatta, the male under 15 single scull. And as this race approaches its conclusion, it's more and more becoming a one-boat race. Xander Bailey of Corio Bay comfortably clear from Shepparton. Then the Wendouree Ballarat sculler Daniel O'Brien, coached by Paul Blanchfield, will get his hands on a bronze medal, it seems, in a few minutes' time, but it's going to be gold to Xander Bailey of Corio Bay, who has one of the shorter trips home today, just down the road to Geelong, but it will be Corio Bay's Xander Bailey who takes the gold medal in the male under 15 single scull. Second place to that very distinctive, we'll call it a blue boat since we're debating colours at the moment, but the bright boat of Shepparton's Thomas Nalder finishes in second place, and third will go to Daniel O'Brien, the sculler from Wendouree Ballarat, over on the southern side of the course. He gets the bronze medal, and then Tyler Fitzpatrick of Essendon, coached by Trevor Wilson, he'll finish in fourth place in race 171. But Xander Bailey of Corio Bay, our race winner there, and the Victorian champion in the male under 15 single scull. Tyler Fitzpatrick also comes up to the finish line for the Essendon Rowing Club. It's a tough 1,000 metres here in these conditions for under 15 single scullers, but he's done a good job to complete the course. So Tyler Fitzpatrick in fourth place in that race as we now wait on race 172, the final of the female C-grade single scull. Not quite yet underway, it seems, but should be very close. The 8 scullers in the 3 o'clock race, which will be with us very soon. Just on the lost side of the lost and found agenda too, we are looking for a Corowa Rowing Club gold keyring with a car key attached that was lost here yesterday. So if you've discovered a spare keyring and a car key, more importantly, it is a Corowa Rowing Club keyring. So I imagine it would be a useful addition to the drive home for that person, although I think they do have a spare key on them. But if anyone has discovered a Corowa Rowing Club gold keyring with a car key attached, which was lost yesterday somewhere in the regatta venue, can you please endeavour to return that to either a regatta official or a representative of Rowing Victoria, or ideally bring it to the finish tower and we can reunite that with its owner too. That's a gold keyring with the Corowa Rowing Club on it, and also a car key attached. If you find that, please return it before the end of the day. As we mentioned, it's quite a trip back to Corowa from here in Ballarat. Only a couple of finals left to go in the current section of racing. Then we return to heats for another hour or so, and then another 90 minutes of finals to conclude today. So still plenty of racing remains. We go right through till 5:50 this afternoon. Hopefully conditions remain as they currently are. We've got an unobstructed view once again now of not just the 1,000 metre start, but the 2,000 metre start on the far end of Lake Wendouree and the city of Ballarat beyond. So certainly have had a few seasons already over the course of this weekend, but hopefully conditions remain as they currently are for the final 3 hours or so of racing as we go. Yes, right through to race 201 at 5:50 tonight. I know Roger's looking forward to the late finish with the going right on to, well, not quite sunset at this time of year. We've still got a couple of hours of daylight. And we still are waiting a start of race 172, the 3 o'clock race. Just will be a couple of minutes behind schedule, but as we've seen, our officials doing a very good job of sending these races on their way in quick succession. Our next race is the Para Double Scull, and then there was a slight gap in the program before our heats resume at 3:15. So likely racing will continue without interruption, and we'll be back on schedule in just a race or two. So this is the female C-grade single scull with the 8 scullers now on their way. Claire McHugh of Footscray City in lane 1, Jinji Huang of Richmond in lane 2, 2 Nagambi scullers in lanes 3 and 4, Wendy Cotter and Clodagh McCarthy, who raced only an hour or so ago. I think Clodagh McCarthy was the winner of a single scull race not that long ago. Now back on the course racing for the C-grade single scull title. Sarah Gerritsen of Barwon is in lane 5, 2 Corowa Rowing Club scullers in lane 6 and 7. It's Evangeline Broad and Imogen Tomlinson. And then Louita Watson from Corio Bay rounds out the field on lane 8. So the 8 competitors in the female C-grade single scull all through the first couple of 100 metres of their race.
Just walking to the receiver now. I'm just going to power cycle it.
Sculler in lane 2. Jinji Huang from Richmond has certainly pushed the boat a bit clear of the rowers on either side of her. The 2 Nagambi scullers pretty much in formation there as we go towards the centre lanes of the course. Wendy Cotter alongside Clodagh McCarthy. And then over towards the judge's side, a very good line of all 4 scullers really. The 2, the bright red of Coral, always standing out from a distance, but very little at this stage to separate Evangeline Broad, Imogen Tomlinson, and also Lolita Watson as they head up about a third of the way through this 1,000 metre race now, the final of the female C-grade single scull. Checking back over the results, it was, of course, the heats of the female C-grade single scull we saw a bit over an hour ago. So Claudia McCarthy and Sarah Gerritsen, the two heat winners, have been drawn therefore into the centre lane. So Nagambie and Barwon lanes at 4 and 5. If the seedings to have any say, they should be the leading two, and they're certainly up in that bunch, but also there with Jinji Huang of Richmond across in lane 2. So a third place finish in her heat, but now sitting very much up in medal contention. I would think that Claudia McCarthy of Nagambie is possibly gaining the ascendancy now, certainly of the scullers in the centre of the course. She's gone away from Sarah Gerritsen and Barwon, also Wendy Cotter from Nagambie on either side of her. And then the two scullers from Corowa still in pretty good formation, Evangeline Broad and Imogen Tomlinson, but back battling probably for 5th and 6th at this point of proceedings. Corio Bay's Lolita Watson in lane 8, and so many scullers in that lane seem to do. She's right up against the line of boys on her bow side as that southerly breeze just pushes across the course. And she'll want to correct a little and just move away from the danger of the boys catching on her oars. But she would be, I would think, 7th, and then Claire McHugh of Footscray City on the other side of the course in 8th place. So the race on in earnest between our top few scullers here certainly continues to be led by the Nagambie sculler there in the centre of the course. That is Claudia McCarthy of Nagambie. And then the Richmond sculler, the closest to her, Jinji Huang on lane 2 for Richmond. They certainly are our top two. And then a really good race for the bronze coming up. Barwon Sarah Gerritsen is coming back into it late alongside Wendy Cotter of Nagambie. And also Evangeline Broad, who's got herself away from her clubmate Imogen Tomlinson and is setting out after a medal. There's going to be a line of 3 across the course for the bronze, and maybe still a line of 2 for the gold, because Claudia McCarthy of Nagambie is holding off still Jinji Huang of Richmond, but the Richmond sculler is still pushing her all the way down towards the line here. It looks like McCarthy should have enough of a lead. She's got close to a length with only 4 or 5 strokes to go in this single sculling race, the female C-grade single scull, and the gold medal will go to the Nagambie Rowing Club. It is Claudia McCarthy on lane 4 who takes the win, just over a length from Jinji Huang of Richmond, who'll finish in 2nd, and it's the Barwon sculler in the centre lane who gets the best of the finish for the bronze. It will be Sarah Gerritsen across in 3rd place by about a length and a half ahead of Evangeline Broad of Corowa in 4th. 5th goes to the 2nd of the Nagambie scullers. That's Wendy Cotter on lane 3. The sculler from, in fact, Corio Bay's Lolita Watson has done very well to get back in the centre of her lane and move up a couple of places. She'll finish in 6th, ahead then of Corowa's Imogen Tomlinson in 7th place. And then it is Footscray City's Claire McHugh over on the southern side of the course. She's only got a few strokes to go, and she'll be across in 8th place to conclude race 172, the female C-grade single scull championship of Victoria. And it's Nagambie's Claudia McCarthy, the winner of the race. Did say before the para double scull race was coming next, but going through my notes from the Regatta secretary downstairs, I did already know that race 173 has been moved to 3:35 p.m, so we're about half an hour or so away still from that para double scull. It will take place instead of race 178, which is the male C-grade double scull heats that were removed from the program. So para double scull is not the next race you will see. That's about half an hour away after the first few of our quad scull heats, and then we'll return to race 173. Also been a late scratching in race 175. Albert Park College crew stroked by Rupert Pearce has been scratched from that race, and also later on in the program a scratching in race 185 That is Oscar Tyrrell of the Corio Bay Rowing Club. So if you are keeping notes, just be sure to scratch those couple of crews. Race 175, lane 6, Albert Park College, and race 185, lane 4, Corio Bay. Both not taking place in their respective races. Hopefully it'll make it a bit easier to describe those races when they come along if we know the correct number of crews in the race. And we are waiting now with that para double scull race being moved a few races later in the program to race 174, which is the first heat of the male B grade coxed quad scull. So finals complete for the time being, although a few presentations still to take place from those female C grade single scullers just making their way to the presentation pontoon now, and the male under 15 single scullers and under 17 singles from the previous races as well. So do thank our hard-working presenters and the staff of Rowing Victoria for making the presentations happen, and several Rowing Victoria board members who I think have been sharing the presentation duties over the course of the weekend. Their work is not done yet because there are still some 14 or so finals to go to conclude the day's racing from 4:30 this afternoon. So race 187 is when the finals resume with the male A grade 8 as we go through to race 201, the male masters double scull at 5:50 this afternoon. But for now we are right back on schedule and ready for the 3:15 race, which is the first heat of 2 in the male B grade cox quad scull. And right on schedule. There are 6 crews at the start and they are on their way exactly on time. The 6 crews here, the first heat of the male B grade cox quad scull, away from the 1,000 metre start. Still plenty of spots of rain over the camera there at the start, but looks as if the rain has gone away for now. Certainly the clouds have cleared away, and hopefully these conditions will continue for the last 2.5 or 3 hours of this regatta as these quad sculls make their way down the 1,000 metre course. So Hamilton and Alexandra College racing in lane 2, Richmond in lane 3, Bairnsdale in 4, Essendon lane 5, another crew from Hamilton and Alexandra at lane 6, and then Gibson Grammar in lane 7. The 6 crews in this race. So we go back to heats racing. It is 1, 2, 3 and 4 to progress through from each of these 2 heats. So 6 boats in this race, just 2 to miss out as they work their way through the first few hundred metres now. A little bit back in the race seems to be the crew on the southern lane. That's Hamilton and Alexandra lane 2. Beside them, it's been a pretty good start for Richmond in 3, who put a gap back on both Bairnsdale and Hamilton and Alexandra either side of them. And further across we have the crew from Essendon lane 4, Hamilton and Alexandra lane 5, and Gibson Grammar lane 6. Not much between the 3 crews on that side of the course. But, certainly Richmond have pushed out to an early lead around about 400 metres through this race now. That's the crew of Pavel Oberin, John Hellerstedt, Michael Gerling, Dennis Beck and Derek Begg, coached by Will Golding. So Richmond's certainly going out to, well, sure at least 2 crews are behind them. They've put paid to both Hamilton, Alexandra and Bairnsdale either side of them. That's all they have to do really to qualify from here. As long as there are 2 crews behind, they're comfortably through. But Richmond look like they're going out for a strong 1,000 metres as well. And on the other side of the course, Gibson Grammar maybe just taking a bit of a margin on the second crew from Hamilton and Alexandra. So Gibson Grammar lane 7 is Regan Farley, Evan Lewis, Thomas Gillam, Matthew Thompson and Camden Bayer there. But the 3 crews on this side still locked in pretty good formation. Essendon lane 5, Ruby Weinberg, Jed Tosto, Nicholas Cabiotis, Carl Blythe and Archer Blythe, coached by Trevor Wilson. And then between those 2, the better placed probably of the 2 Hamilton and Alexandra crews, although they're in a good battle with the other crew from the same school across in lane 2. So Hamilton and Alexandra lane 6, Angus Stewart, Oliver Ferguson, Will Merrin, Ned Walker and Minnie Walker. And lane 2 is Oliver Pern, Clyde Innes, Harry Dorahy, George McMullen and Aidan Cameron. Both those crews coached by Josh Frisho, and it may come down to the race between them for 4th spot here because it's Richmond, Essendon and Gippsland Grammar, the top 3. Hamilton, Alexandra fighting hard there in 4th and 5th place, and backs to Bairnsdale, who would be 6th. Harry Broad, Harrison Singer, Judah Frith, Lagan Joshi and Lynn Broad. They're both the cox and the coach of that Bairnsdale crew. But what a race for a heat here. A line of almost 5 crews across the course. Richmond, the early leaders, have been overtaken by Essendon and possibly also Gippsland Grammar as well. Hamilton, Alexandra, lane 6 look to have the edge for 4th at this stage, but the lane 2 combination not giving up the chase late as they really wind up and just need to stay together. They're late strokes here. Richmond, Essendon, Gippsland Grammar very close together. Gippsland Grammar lane 7 will just get up, so it's 7, 5 and 3, the top 3 across, and then it will be lane 6 who gets the nod for 4th. Hamilton and Alexandra at lane 6 sneaking through in 4th. The lane 2 crew will just miss out, and then it is Bairnsdale who will finish in 6th place. So great racing for a heat there in race 174, 4 to go through, and it will be Gippsland Grammar lane 7, Essendon lane 5, Richmond lane 3, and Hamilton and Alexandra College lane 6. The top 4 crews, they move through to the final of the male B-grade coxed quad scull, and they will race for the medals in that race, which is coming up towards the end of the program. The male B-grade coxed quad scull, 4:40 this afternoon. About an hour and 20 minutes till those crews will be back on the course racing for the medals. And the next 4 finalists to be decided in the second heat, which is yet to get underway. Looks like it might just be a 4-boat race, in fact. So with the scratching, yes, confirmed there of Albert Park College, as we noted just before. Only 3 crews visible, in fact, but we will wait and see if we do have a field. But in a full field, in any case, the lowest place crew will be eliminated from this next heat, as is required in each round of racing. So 1 fewer crew than those that start the race will make the final. We do have all 4 crews present now, so they'll be underway shortly, and the top 3 will go through to the final of the male B-grade coxed quad scull. And they are off in race 175 now, the second heat of the male B-grade coxed quad scull. So, as noted before, we have had the Albert Park College crew scratch from this race. So 4 crews remain. Corowa lane 2, Melbourne Argonauts lane 3, Barwon lane 4 and Banks in lane 5. And with just 4 in the race, there'll be only 3 moving through to the final here. As if the crews on the extremities have probably had the best of the opening exchanges here through the first 350 metres. Corowa lane 2, Spencer Holland, Lockie Hogan, Brodie Julian, Bradley Pearsall and Harvey McFarlane, coached by Wes Canny and Matthew Bell, of course, as all the Corowa crews are at this regatta. And then Banks in lane 5, Jackson Reynoldson, Patrick Daly, Tilby Liddell, Tom Marshall and Charlotte Lawrence in that crew. A number of names that we've called many times over the course of this 2-day regatta. No doubt getting fairly tired, a number of these athletes, if they have well, hopefully at least one more 1,000 metre race to go if they can end up in the top 3 here and move through to the final of the male B-grade coxed quad scull. Also doing well, certainly in the top 3, is the crew from the Melbourne Argonauts. That's Asher Benjamin, Alistair Williamson, Julian Miller, Joshua Lipscomb and Angus Birdsall, the cox of that Argonauts crew. Melbourne Argonauts, of course, train on the waters of Albert Park Lake in the inner south of Melbourne, and they are likely to go through to the final 2, you would think, here ahead of Barwon, who'd be the crew in 4th place. Louis Campbell-Reid, Nathan Bester, Christian Ranieri, Nick Blursch and Mimi Campbell-Reid, the cox of that Barwon crew. But pretty tight between our top 3. Certainly it looks like Banks narrowly from Corowa. The Argonauts are there pretty comfortably in 3rd place. They all just need to maintain their positions now over the closing 300 metres, and they'll be through to the final of the male B-grade coxed quad scull. So the second of 2 heats in this event, and still pretty tight between the top 2, but no mentioned a number of these athletes have been in multiple races. You'd think by now the aim would be to conserve as much energy as possible for the final still to come. Certainly that looks to be the view of the Corowa crew, looking very restrained but still very together over in lane 2, so it's a solid performance from them. And Banks just a little higher in rating over this side in lane 5, and accordingly sit narrowly ahead of the Corowa crew by probably just under a boat length still, but they'll both go through to the final of the male B-grade coxed quad scull, as will the Melbourne Argonauts crew, about 1.5 lengths behind them in 3rd and about 3 lengths back to the crew from Barwon. So across the line goes a Banks Rowing Club lane 5. They're the winners of race 175, the second heat of the male B-grade coxed quad scull. 2nd place to Corowa and 3rd the Melbourne Argonauts. So all 3 of those crews through to the final. The male B-grade coxed quad scull followed home by the crew from Barwon, who are across the line now as well to conclude race 175. The 2 heats of the male B-grade coxed quad scull. Those crews will race again in the final at 4:40 this afternoon. That's race 189, the male B-grade coxed quad scull. And from that we go straight to the female C-grade coxed quad scull. Again, the first of 2 heats of this event, and it will be in each case the top 4. In fact, it might be the top 4 in the first heat with 5 crews entered, and looks like just 4 crews in the second heat. So 9 entrants in total, but to get to a what will be a 7-boat final, we need to race these 2 heats. So it's Yarra Yarra lane 2, Corowa lane 3, Sacred Heart in 4, the second crew from Corowa in lane 5, and then Wendouree Ballarat racing in lane 6 as we are waiting on hopefully a 5th crew here to move up into line as well. I think that is the red colours of Wendouree Ballarat, who are still to move up into their lane, alongside the red also of the Corowa Rowing Club. So plenty of similar colours in these crews as we're waiting on the start in this race. So race 176 is the female C-grade coxed quad scull, the first of 2 heats, and that will be followed by race 173. So just note that races 178 and 179 have been removed from the program. They were the 2 heats of the male C-grade double scull, which are not required as that race has become a straight final. The male C-grade double scull final race 193 at 5 o'clock p.m. So those 2 heats not required. In its place we will have the para double scull. So races 176 and 177 to be followed by race 173, and then normal numerical order resumes with race 180 at 3:45. We do have the 5 crews now ready for this race, or at least in their lane, so just awaiting a start in race 176. And they are underway now in that first heat of the female C-grade coxed quad scull. So the 5 crews on the course. They were. It does appear if the race has been stopped there, or like there was an issue between there's the Corowa and Wendouree Ballarat cruiser at one point, but it's certainly no action at the moment. So away for a few seconds and suddenly everything changes, but the race definitely had commenced and is now not continuing, so we will wait further advice on race 176. 4 of the 5 crews, in fact, in the predominantly red colours, with 2 Corowa crews, 1 from Yarra Yarra and 1 from Wendouree Ballarat. So as they cross over their lanes and row off the course, it's a bit hard to know exactly who's doing what has gone on, but it did appear that possibly 2 crews on the northern side of the course came a bit too close together in the early stages, but looks like that race may have to resume possibly after the next race. So nothing at the moment in race 176. We await the heats again of the female C-grade coxed quad scull. Meantime, a further reminder, we won't mention the glasses again, unless if you've lost the property, please come to the finish tower and check. But we are on the search for a key ring, a gold Corowa Rowing Club key ring with a car key attached, which is the property of obviously one of the members of the Corowa Rowing Club. We'll be heading back there later on this afternoon. So if you have come across a key ring over the course of yesterday, I believe it was lost here, can you please return that ideally to the finish tower, or else to a representative of Rowing Victoria, to ensure we get that back to their owner. And just confirmation from our judges there was a collision in the early stages of race 176. It looked like it was between the lane 5 and 6 crews, I think. But in any case, those crews have rode off the course. They will go around. The race will be restarted, but we will have, first of all, race 177. So the second heat of the female C-grade coxed quad scull will precede the first heat. So it'll be race 177, followed by race 176, and then, in fact, race 173, the para double scull, will be the next race after that. So be a little bit of delay, but hopefully they will get these races underway as quickly as possible. They are lining up now in race 177. You can see the 4 boats there up on the screen, and we'll have those races with you before too long. So we do have some action back on the course now after a bit of a delay. That collision in race 176. The race will resume after race 177. Just repeating the new order of races. It's a bit back to front for the next three. It's race 177, the second heat of the female C-grade coxed quad scull, followed by race 176, the first heat of that event, and then race 173, the para double scull, and then we return to race 180. So these heats on their way. It is just a field of four in this race. Essendon lane 3, Ballarat City lane 4, Ballarat High lane 5, and Hamilton lane 6, the 4 crews. So with a field of four, only 3 will go through to the final. And again, they have sort of spread far and wide across the course here. The 2 crews on the outside lanes seem to have gone even wider. So that's Essendon on the southern side. Crew of Mania, Arya, Asher Gordon, Kelsey Chatterton, Bronte Basil, and Elizabeth Drew Finn, coached by Marie-Claire Gemmell, Barry Gardner, and Glenn Buttrell, who certainly look to be pretty well placed despite they've started officially in lane 3. They look probably to be in lane 2 by now. The 2 crews in the centre of the course still side by side very much. Ballarat City and Ballarat High, so plenty of competition between those 2 crews, I've no doubt. Ballarat City is Anastasia Cornish, Anita Houlihan, Lisa Mentz, Freya Head, and Meg Ma, and they sit alongside Ballarat High, Eliza Ray, Marley Manford, Ruby Fredger, Audrey English, and Weng Marbella. And then back on the northern side of the course, the crew from Hamilton, Eliza Millard, Leona Banter, Millicent Chun, Sienna Maddox, and also Ruby Kent. So the 4 crews, despite having scattered across the course here, there's not too much between them as we look for only 3 crews to move through to the final here from this second heat, or at least listed as the second heat, the first to take place in this female C-grade coxed quad scull. Essendon, the far side, the 2 Ballarat crews locked together in the centre of the course. I think Ballarat High maybe narrowly from Ballarat City, and then on this side, on the northern side, the crew from Hamilton looks to be in the top 3 as well. So it might come down to the centre lanes to find the crew that will miss out here as Essendon and also Hamilton continue inside the final 150 metres now of this race. It's dealing with a little bit of choppy water here at the finish now as well. Possibly Essendon dealing with it better than a couple of the other crews as they do close in on the final section of the race. Essendon and Hamilton opposite sides of the course. Ballarat High just edging out Ballarat City still at this stage with only 1 crew to miss out here, but there's barely a length between all 4 as they head into the final strokes of the race. It still looks like Essendon on the southern side who'll get the win here ahead of Hamilton, and the 2 crews from Ballarat still very close together as they've been right through the race. It will be Essendon lane 3 who takes the win. Second will go to Hamilton, and third it will be Ballarat High just edging out Ballarat City. So Ballarat High will go through. Ballarat City just missed out, only half a length between those 2 on the line and a couple of lengths between the entire field. A great race, worth the wait there for race 177, the heat 2 in the female C-grade coxed quad scull. It is Essendon in first, Hamilton second, Ballarat High third. Those 3 crews through to the final of the C-grade coxed quad scull ahead of Ballarat City. And the second heat, the resumption of the second heat, is also on the course in this female C-grade coxed quad scull. And this final will be raced at 4:55 this afternoon. So a little bit, much more over an hour away, in fact, for the final of this race. So these quads will quickly turn around and get back on the water, at least those that can qualify. 3 through from that first, from that second heat from race 177. Now the resumption of race 176, and they're away cleanly this time as well through the first few hundred metres. It is once again the crews on the southern bank who seem to be better placed here. This was the race with many red coloured crews. 2 crews from Corowa in lanes 3 and lane 5. Yarra Yarra lane 2. Wendouree Ballarat in 6. And Sacred Heart from Geelong there in the centre lane, lane 4. And 4 of these 5 will go through. So you'd have to think that Yarra Yarra lane 2, Corowa lane 3 will be 2 of those. And then next best place looks to be probably Wendouree Ballarat now in lane 6, and also Sacred Hearts in lane 4 ahead of the second of the 2 Corowa crews. Corowa lane 5 there, back in the dangerous 5th spot as far as progression is concerned. Although As I look through the binoculars, the red colours may have confused things here. I think that's actually Corowa in the northern lane. So the lane 5 Corowa crew, and looks to be Wendouree Ballarat, who may have gone across a lane or two, or they may have been started in different lanes from the first attempt. And it's definitely Wendouree Ballarat, if I've got my colours correct, who are at the rear of the field here and in danger of missing out on the final. So it's lane 3, our race leaders, the Corowa crew of Evangeline Broad, Summers Hogan, Tierney Hamilton, Anastasia McFarlane and Sienna McFarlane. And then Yarra Yarra lane 2, Lil Tosto, Sabine Castle, Danny Houseman, Lisa Bates and Sam Lincoln. And then the next crew, it is definitely the colours of Corowa with the black and white stripes against the red colour. That would be the lane 5 combination from Corowa, who would be third now. That's Madison Pascalato, Tamison Birch, Gretchen Brunsma Wensink, Imogen Tomlinson and Emma Pasqualotto, the cox of that crew. But it is Corowa lane 3 who'll take the win here in the second attempt of heat 1 of the female C-grade cox quad scull. They get the win by a couple of lengths. So lane 3 Corowa will take this out. Lane 2 Yarra Yarra will finish in second place, also comfortably through to the final. And it is indeed lane 5 Corowa who'll finish in third place. Fourth will go to the crew from Sacred Heart, Hannah Glover, Ariel Vanderpoel, Eve Daly, Charlotte Shooten and Sophie Whelan there will finish in fourth place. They're also through to the final ahead of the crew from Wendouree Ballarat, who may also have lost their bound number in that collision at in the first attempt at that race, but they are safely back across the line at the second attempt. They're in fifth place, so they will narrowly miss out on a spot in the final. So it's Corowa lane 3, Yarra Yarra lane 2, Corowa lane 5 and Sacred Heart lane 4, the 4 crews to qualify through for the final of the female C-grade Cox Quad Scull, and they will race in that final at 4:55 this afternoon. So we've had the rerun of 176, race 177 already complete. Just have one more race to go while that was moved in along in the program, which is at race 173, the final of the para double scull. And then we'll resume normal numerical programming with race 180, which is the final of the male B-grade pair. And they are underway in 173, the para double scull final here over 1,000 metres. 2 crews from Bairnsdale in, of course, the east of Victoria, and a Nestles composite crew in the centre lane, Nestles and Hamilton, so the west of Victoria represented in lane 4 through Alan Clarence of the Hamilton Rowing Club and Aaron Skinner of Nestles from just outside Warrnambool, and they sit in the centre lane Either side of them, 2 combinations from the Bairnsdale Rowing Club. Lane 3 is Harry Broad and Corey McGrath. And lane 5, Derek Singer and Harrison Singer, both crews coached by Lynn Broad at the Bairnsdale Rowing Club. So all 3 doubles are on their way. Certainly can see conditions are challenging there around the 1,000 metre start. And does continue to be a little bit choppy, pretty much all the way down towards the finish line now. So it'll be interesting to see how these double sculls do handle the conditions in the para double scull event. Aaron Skinner, of course, particularly a very well credentialed para rower who's been on a number of Victorian titles and competed also at the national championships for many years, representing the Nestles Rowing Club of Warrnambool, rowing here with Alan Clarence from Hamilton in a double scull against these 2 combinations from the Bairnsdale Rowing Club. Certainly it is the Nestles Hamilton composite combination, Alan Clarence and Aaron Skinner there, who do look to have certainly moved clear of both of the Bairnsdale crews. The lane 3 combination from Bairnsdale just gone a little bit wide on the course as well. We'll be hoping to get back towards their lane through the middle stages of this race. It's Harry Broad and Corey McGrath out there in lane 3. And Derek and Harrison Singer racing for Bairnsdale in lane 5 there as well. Probably sitting back in 3rd still at this point, so it'll be likely gold and silver medals only here with only three crews in this championship race. And looking increasingly likely like it'll be Alan Clarence of Hamilton Rowing Club and Aaron Skinner of the Nestles Rowing Club in Warrnambool, likely to take out the gold medal at least, but still a good race between the 2 Bairnsdale combinations for the silver medal. Aaron Skinner took out the para single scull race earlier today as well, pretty comfortably, about a 36-second win he had in that race over the Bairnsdale rower, but this time joining with Alan Clarence of the Hamilton Rowing Club, and they're certainly comfortably clear that combination as they head towards the finish in race 173, the Para Double Scull Championship of Victoria, and it continues to be the boat there with the Hamilton sculler Alan Clarence there in the bow seat. Aaron Skinner of Nestles with the N on his back, representing the Nestles Rowing Club as he does at many regattas around Victoria, and also, as I said, at the National Championships. No doubt he'll be at Penrith in a month or so's time too for that regatta, but for the moment they will win the Para Double Scull Championship of Victoria. It's gold to Nestles and Hamilton. Alan Clarence and Aaron Skinner comfortably first across the line in the Para Double Scull. A good race between the 2 Bairnsdale scullers all the way down the course, and good work to recover their course and steer straight a line for Bairnsdale lane 3. Harry Broad and Corey McGrath will take out the silver medal, and 3rd will go to also Bairnsdale Rowing Club, Derek Singer and Harrison Singer, who are coached by Lynn Broad. They'll finish in 3rd place. So Bairnsdale 2nd and 3rd, but it's Alan Clarence of Hamilton and Aaron Skinner of Nestles who'll take the gold medal in the Para Double Scull. Race 173 is concluded, and well done to the rowers in that boat, in that race. To some pretty difficult conditions, especially at the first half of the race in a double scull. And next up it is the male B-grade pairs to continue the race. This is race 180, so a couple of pairs races now on the course. The male B grade pair, first heat, with 5 in the race, 4 to go through to the final of this race. The male B grade pair final scheduled for 5:05 this afternoon, and still a pretty good line between these 5 crews in the race. Ballarat Clarendon lane 2, Glipson Grammar in 3, St Patrick's College in 4, Melbourne Argonauts in 5, and Melbourne Rowing Club lane 6. I think Ballarat Clarendon have got out a little bit of a lead over there in lane 2, Flynn Postlethwaite and Hamish Pritchard, but certainly nothing substantial. Right alongside them, Gibson Grammar, Nick Bartlett and Harry Roach. And then next to them from St Patrick's, Marcus Gatt and Mike Bleicher, so very tight between those 3. Also the Melbourne Argonauts, Benton Goodbrand and Julian Miller. And probably the one crew not quite up in that line at this stage is Melbourne, Patrick Wellham and Timothy Crook. So some work needed from them over the closing couple of 100 metres of this race. But the other 4 pretty much in formation here across the course. So as they head towards the line, all 4 almost certain now to move through to the final. The Melbourne crew is also right up on the line of boys again on the northern side of the course, having to correct the steering and costing themselves a bit of distance. But if they can really fly home here, they may yet make things interesting, because otherwise it's looking like a 4-way dead heat here in race 180. Ballarat Clarendon, lane 2, Gibson Grammar, lane 3, St Patrick's in lane 4, and the Melbourne Argonauts, lane 5. This is just a heat, don't forget, of the male B-grade pair. All 4, I think, will move through to the final. So and Gibson Grammar and St Patrick's is steering a bit close together. Ballarat Clarendon looking pretty good on lane 2. I think they'll get the win here with a few strokes to go. It will be Ballarat Clarendon and probably St Patrick's. So a Ballarat 1-2 in this heat is likely. Ballarat Clarendon first, St Patrick's gets second. Tight then the Argonauts, probably Melbourne Argonauts third, Gibson Grammar fourth, but all 4 comfortably through. And then Melbourne Rowing Club across in 5th place, but just 4 will go through from the first heat of the male B-grade pair. It was a pretty tight finish, but Ballarat Clarendon, Flynn Postlethwaite and Hamish Pritchard have the best of the finish, and they are the first crew through into the centre lane, the final of the male B-grade pair, which will be the 5:05 race this afternoon. Still awaiting a start in race 181, which is the second heat of the male B-grade pair. So with a slight pause in racing, and it's perfect time to have our final commentary change of the regatta as Roger Wilson comes back in with another bottle of water to help soothe the tonsils on the drive back to Melbourne. But it's been my pleasure to be part of the commentary here at the 2022 Victorian State Championships, and to work alongside one of the best known voices in Australian rowing. So I will leave you in the capable hands for the last couple of hours of racing with Roger Wilson.
Thank you to Richard Dorstein. Very great to work with you once again here at the Victorian Championships at Lake Wendouree. We wish you a very safe journey back to the Melbourne airport and to pick up your wife. Hope she has a safe journey home, and we'll see you again soon down at Geelong at the head of the Schoolgirls Regatta. Geelong with Scots Mercantile as the next series of races, because next weekend is the long weekend in Victoria and everybody has a little bit of a break from the rowing competition anyway. So as Richard called the first heat of the B pair, which was a very exciting race, Ballarat Clarendon from St Pat's and Melbourne Argonauts and Gippsland Grammar moving forward to the final. This is the second heat. It's like only 4 crews competing. Ballarat Clarendon a scratching on lane 6, so only 3 will go through to the final. Richard said at 5:05 this afternoon. And Hawthorn in the lead here, Conrad Tulloch and Shane O'Connor-Smith on lane 5. From the crew from St Patrick's College, Thomas O'Loughlin and James Kopke-Vludis. And follows the Essendon crew in 3rd place, Charles Young and Ash Warren. They look to be the 3 crews to move through to the final at 5:05. Race 181 coming down towards its conclusion with the Hawthorn crew, Conrad Tulloch and Shane O'Connor-Smith across the line first. 1 length clear over St Patrick's College in 2nd place. 2.5 lengths back to Essendon and the crew from Richmond in 4th place. Sunshine's coming out at the 1,000 metre mark for the next event, which is the 3:55 event, the A-grade women's double scull. So Hawthorn, St Patrick's College, Essendon from the 2nd heat, joining Ballarat Clarendon, St Patrick's College from the 1st heat, along with Melbourne Argonauts and Gippsland Grammar. At 5:05 this afternoon, just over an hour's time. It's so wet down at Sale in eastern Victoria. The last 6 races have been, or 5 races have been abandoned. They're lining up for race number 182. Big field scheduled here, with including 4 Banks crews in the A-grade women's double scull. So they're underway in race number 182, the A-grade women's double scull, heat 1. First 4 through to the final at 10 past 5. Which is just over an hour's time, so they get an hour's break before they race again. Eight crews started. They all got away from the 1,000-metre start. Banks on lane 1 on the south side. Charlotte Watts and Ella Fitbitch. Lane 2, Hamilton and Alexander College. Tessa Ingham and Sarah Anderson. Yarra Yarra on lane 3, Ruby Gray and Anika Siratic. Lane 4, Gippsland Grammar, Hannah Roberts and Freya Hamilton. Lane 5, Richmond, Zoe Maxwell and Kate Dyball. Lane 6, Banks is Abigail Shalik and Jemima Parton. Lane 7, Banks is Kate Ryan and Gemma Grotiers. And lane 8 is Banks, Constance Kelfras and Amy Spinks. Coming up to the 500 metres, the crew from Richmond in the lead, Zoe Maxwell and Kate Dyball. They're ahead of the Yarra Yarra, Ruby Gray and Anika Siratic, who are on lane 3, and then back to the Banks crew on lane 7, Kate Ryan and Gemma Grotiers. And the crew on lane 8, Banks is Constance Kelfras and Amy Spinks. Southeasterly, southerly breeze has got up a little bit now, and they get a bit choppy for that first 500 metres. One of the crews, Hamilton Alexander College, dropped right back behind the other 7 crews. But it's all Richmond in the lead here in race number 182, heat 1, A-grade double scull. Zoe Maxwell and Kate Dyball eyeballing it out in front over Yarra Yarra. Second place followed by the Banks crew on lane 7, Kate Ryan and Gemma Grotiers. Followed by lane 6, Banks in Abigail Select and Jemima Parton. In lane 8, Banks is Constance Kelfras and Amy Spinks. Ahead of them is the Gippsland Grammar crew, Hannah Roberts and Freya Hamilton, sitting in 3rd place ahead of the Banks crews. But down to the line and not worried about the conditions at all, the Richmond crew. Zoe Maxwell and Kate Dyball doing it easily, scoring by 3 lengths at the finish. From Yarra Yarra in 2nd place, Ruby Gray and Anika Siratic. Another 2.5 lengths back to Gippsland Grammar, Hannah Roberts and Freya Hamilton to the final. Very, very tight for the 4th, given a Banks just ahead of Banks. Banks on lane 6, Abigail Skrilik and Jemima Parton just ahead of lane 8. That one will have to be left to the judge in 5th place. 6th position, Banks on lane 7. Sorry, lane 1. 7th, Banks on lane 7. Banks on lane 1, 7th. And at the rear of the field, Hamilton Alexander College on lane 2 in 8th place. bar that very, very close finish there for fourth place between lane 6 and 8. Certainly the first three were very clear. That's Richmond on lane 5, Gippsland Grammar, Yarra Yarra on lane 3 and Gippsland Grammar on lane 4. Still waiting on that result, 182 to come to hand. It's not on the website as yet. Regatta referee Duncan McKenna has just come up to tell me that the racing has been suspended for 30 minutes because of the conditions. .183, the Corio Bay crew across the line first. On lane 2, Fiona Wilde and Maggie Foley. Second place, Yarra Yarra Sydney on lane 4. Then third place will be lane 3, Ballarat Grammar. Fourth will be Corio Bay on lane 6. Go back to the rest of the field. Reading that announcement, the regatta has been suspended for 30 minutes till about 20 minutes to 5. By my calculations from now. We'll keep you updated as we get more information. Richmond coming through in 5th place. Followed by Corio Bay on lane 1 in 6th position. 7th place will be the crew from Hamilton and Alexander College on lane 5. First heat of the A-grade single scull. First 4 through to the final there at 10 past 5. That was Corio Bay, Yarra Yarra Composite with Sydney, Ballarat Grammar and Corio Bay. Down to the line. Hamilton and Alexander College in 7th place in 183. First heat of the single scull A-grade is the sculler on lane 7. Xavier Hall Sullivan coming down the line to take out this event. First heat, A-grade single scull by half a length from Esther Sven Hudderman in 2nd place. Third position will be Gippsland Grammar, Billy Osborne on lane 5. Fourth will be lane 6, Anthony Smith from Gippsland Grammar, followed by Ballarat City, Riley McDougall in 5th place, and bringing up the rear will be the bank sculler, Angus McLaughlin. So in the next event, Heat 2 of the A-grade single scull, 2 scratchings. Oscar Tyrrell from Corio Bay on lane 4 and David O'Doherty from Ballarat City on lane 5. Still no result for that 4th place in 182 yet. Hasn't come through on the scoring sheet. But the race coming down to the line, that'll be the last race road for a little while until we resume again if we do get going. Lindsay Hamilton from Gippsland Grammar in Sale in eastern Victoria, where the races have been abandoned this afternoon because of the heavy track. Second place will be the bank sculler in Heinrich Vensky. Third position will be Gippsland Grammar Cameron Rule, and 4th will be the bank sculler James Newcomb. So that it concludes the rowing for the time being. We'll keep you posted as best we can. Tell us what's going on. So just repeating, rowing has been suspended until at least 20 to 5. We'll keep you posted once we have further information. So the result of that fourth placing in race 182 was lane 8 Banks, Constant Calpras and Amy Spinks. Fifth place was lane 6 and Regatta. But the regatta is finished for the day. All the following races have been abandoned for the rest of the day. So you can all go home, wherever you're going to. So have a safe journey home. Thank you for your attendance, those that are still here. Racing has been suspended and abandoned for the day. No more racing here at Lake Wendouree for the second part of the Victorian Rowing Championships. We thank the officials of Rowing Victoria under the referee and president of the jury, Duncan McKinnon, who've made the decision to abandon the regatta for the rest of the day.